Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for when is the day today? Tuesday, October the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses, let me know. You can hear me, see my screen. That will help. Excellent. Thank you, guys. Wow, what a morning so far, guys. So first of all, the SPY is having a nice lift, pre-market anyway. We'll have to see if this continues. We had a nice, decent day yesterday, with a little bit of sell-off yesterday at the end, but basically all day yesterday we had a beautiful recovery. So we've got a nice SPY lift. Look at all the stocks that are up at least 10%. So in my pre-market active is up. I have the change from the close. I have it sorted on that column. So look at all the stocks that are up at least 10% versus the ones that are down at least 10%. So we've got like many more up at least 10 versus the ones that are down at least 10%. So interesting. Now, before we go on, I mean, Bitcoin, what a surge, what a huge surge. So this is BITO. I know it's, excuse me, I don't quite understand this whole thing that's supposed to happen. But because, I mean, I look at this, I mean, if I don't know anything about it and I thought Bitcoin was going up, I would buy this stock, BITO. I know it's not a direct correlation, but it's pretty darn close. But anyway, I guess the news about this, the Bitcoin exchange, etc. Just looking down here, supposedly imminent again. But I'm just looking at Bitcoin. I know this is somewhat delayed, but I see Bitcoin for me anyways up $3,100, up to 34,000 approximately. Anyway, that is Bitcoin. So you can take your pick, BITO, of course, Mara or Riot. But there is other stuff happening. A lot of earnings plays also. But let's get some of these cheaper ones out of the way. INM. This is an Alzheimer's play. Huge move. Got up to from 61 cents all the way up to $1.74 before it's pulled back just a little bit. Still up 160%. Canadian company. Where are they out of? Out of my hometown, Vancouver. Okay, well, cheer them on. Lian, Lian, another small one, all small bio. Does pulled back quite a bit. It got up to $4, back down to 256, still up 84% though. That's a big float though, 104 million in the float. Agreement, some kind of an agreement with Bristol Myers. Where BMY has obtained the exclusive rights to develop and commercialize their drug in mainland China and other Asian markets. Okay, so that is the news for LIAN. ASTI, ASTI, ASTI. Yeah, up 57%. Now this is a super low float, 413,000 in the float. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news on it. After the company said its initial concept paper submitted, et cetera, had been reviewed and received an encouraging decision from the Department of Energy. Okay, so there's your news for ASTI. Bayer, not bear as in the drug, but or the pill. I said I don't think so. No. Bridger Aerospace, BAER. Another nice big cap up 21%. They terminated their proposed public offering. So I guess they were going to do a public financing, which caused, of course, the stock to move down, and now they've canceled it. RTX, this could be a really interesting one, guys. RTX, this is an earnings play. RTX is an earnings play. So when you look left, look at that weekly chart. And the high in the week was at 80.50, so it's almost there. The high of that week, I should say. It's about a month and a half ago. So the stock is at 80.19 right now. That high is 80.50. If it can take that out, it has a shot to the 86 level. A lot of resistance around 86, but that's quite a piece away from the current price of 80. If it can get through this 80.50. Again, if it gets through 80.50, it doesn't mean it's going to get up to 86, but at least it takes out that little bit of resistance. And this is an earnings play, RTX. GE. GE is an earnings play. Maybe coming into a little bit of resistance, about $1.30 away for GE. Logi, LOGI, this is another earnings play. Big gap up here now for Logi, LOG. I keep forgetting that this is a Swiss company. I always think this has got to be a US company. But anyway, there is LOGI. Other earnings play, GLW. GLW. This is a gap down on earnings, GLW, Corning. Look at this. Look, this has just been in a steady descent for weeks now. And another gap down now on earnings, GLW. DraftKings is not an earnings play, but they've got a big upgrade, DKNG. Yeah, so DraftKings has an upgrade. I don't know these guys at all. Moffett Nathanson, price target, they've raised their price target from 31 to 37. Okay, so that is DraftKings, and a number of them. Well, we saw a lot of upgrades for DraftKings over the last few weeks. Not that it's really worked that much, but P triple I is another earnings play. I'm sorry, this is not. I've typed in the wrong one. Might be only P double I. Yeah, it's P double I, Polaris. This is an earnings play, a gap down on earnings, P double I. I don't know if I put that in there. Yeah, so I have it wrong. Let me just put that in. And another cheap one, MAIA. Another cheap bio, up 23%, good volume, low float. My issue with it is it looks like there could be a lot of resistance right where it is on the daily chart and the weekly chart. Coke is an earnings play. KO is an earnings play, and actually not a bad, in fact, pretty good, 3%. Coke is an earnings play, big float, 4.3 billion. Don't anticipate like much more of a move out of Coke. So let's just take a look at the earnings plays, okay? I'm going to sort on my earnings date column. And you can see anything in 0.25 or minus 0.25 is an earnings play. 0.25 means they released earnings this morning for the market opens, of course. And minus 0.25, like Logi, released after hours. So here are some of the other earnings plays. Verizon is another earnings play, VZ. Triple M, another earnings play. And on the way down, I do the same thing. Now remember, guys, this list is going to get absolutely jam-packed. I mean, it's getting fuller and fuller already, but so here's some more earnings plays. True, not very much volume. TRU, HCA, another earnings play. We talked about GLW and we talked about PII. Yeah, somebody mentioned Barclays, BCS, earnings play, but here are the earnings plays. So far, I mean, there are more companies releasing earnings, but these are the ones that have made it past my filters so far. Again, guys, look at this huge list of the ones that are up at least 10%. Anything that's sort of light green here, I've color coded it so that it has to be up at least 10%. And look at all these stocks versus the ones that are down 10%, only 4 of them. And now to take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. And see if there's anything interesting. We already know about the DraftKings upgrade. Wow, we got a huge big list of upgrades. Other one to keep an eye on, guys. This is the one that I finally did. I did not take the trade at the end of the day, IMGN, but this is one where I was watching anyway, IMGN, later on in the day, waiting to see if it could take out that 1270 in a big way. No volume yet, but you know, you can see why I was interested because the next low looking left is $5 approximately on the weekly chart for IMGN. So let's see if it has a bigger down move now that it is cleared that 1270. Again, there's no volume yet. Okay, let's see if we get some of these upgrades in. What I'm looking for is a couple of things. I'm looking for a stock that's been upgraded to a price that's way above the current price, or a stock that has been upgraded by multiple firms. Ton of upgrades this morning. There's the DraftKings. Yeah, so I'm really not seeing anything. I'm not seeing, again, one stock that's being upgraded by multiple firms. And I'm not seeing any, other than the DraftKings, I'm not seeing any massive price target. All right, there's some of the upgrades. Take a look at the downgrades now and see how big that list is. Shorter, a little shorter than the upgrade list. Aha, now let's take a look at Bed or Bath and Body Works. Sorry, not Bed, Bath and Body Works, but Bath and Body Works. I'm going to take a look at BBWI and see what the price is right now. It's a bit of a teaser here, guys. Yeah, so JP Morgan has downgraded them to 27. Price target from 41 to 27. So it's a little bit above. Okay. So JP Morgan has downgraded BBWI down to 27. Wow. Okay, here's one. Give me a moment as I continue to I want to get these in, but I definitely have to take a look at this one stock that's been downgraded by multiple firms. Keep you in suspense just for a second here. This is not the one, but I do want to take a look at Foot Locker. Foot Locker has been downgraded by JP Morgan down to 17. So I think it's right around there anyway. No, it isn't. So JP Morgan's downgraded Foot Locker, the price target of 17. Okay. So here's the one. Now we saw this one yesterday, got hammered in FMC. Oh yeah, this is the one that had the recovery actually. Yeah, so it had a nice recovery yesterday. It got all the way down to 49, closed up here at 58, but a bunch of firms are downgrading it. Goldman, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley. Okay, so downgrading it. Now, their price targets are ranging from 59, sorry, from 59 to 70. So I mean, they're already there. See, okay, I'm just going to jot down Foot Locker, JPM in 17. Okay, so I'll forget that one. William, you made a great call. You made a great call. I think you made the call on Friday that I think Bitcoin was testing around that 30,000 mark on Friday was underneath, and I think you said something like, "I wouldn't surprise me," or "I think Bitcoin's going to go over 30 and move from there." And you were right. I think you made that call on Friday. So somebody has to explain to me, not now necessarily, but with this, okay, with what they're thinking is going to happen at Bitcoin, how much different is it if I just, I mean, I see BIT, excuse me, I see BITO, I see GBTC. These I can invest in these already. And basically, I'm investing in Bitcoin, investing in Bitcoin. I'm playing Bitcoin. So this new exchange or ETF, how different is it going to be? Like what is the like from an end user point, like for somebody like myself who says, well, I wouldn't mind taking part in a Bitcoin rally. So I buy BITO or I buy GPTC with this new ETF. What would be the big difference? It just legitimizes it. Okay. So if it gets legitimized, as you call it, more legitimate becomes more legitimate, I could still continue to buy this. This would move higher. BITO would move higher, obviously, and GBTC. So it's not so much that it's a new ETF to invest in, it just gives it more legitimacy. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. All right, well, I better phone my banker right now and tell him to put everything I own into Bitcoin right now, BITL, right? Is that a safe move? No, I'm kidding. I shouldn't say that, people who don't know me and new into the room think, wow, what's this guy talking about? Yeah, no, no. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Meanwhile, guys, INM. Wow, not shortable for me. Well, that explains it though to me. I mean, if in theory that's what it's all about, making a little bit more legitimate, then that makes sense. Come on, market, don't do this. I don't want to see a big red bar to start. Well, here's another one, guys. Oh, okay, gapped up and then right back down. This is Quentus, Cuen. It gapped up, it has popped right back down. Signs a $4 million distribution agreement. Okay. but it popped up and came right back down. CUEN. Yeah, I was going to mention IonQ. Yeah, big. Yeah, that's you can see what happened after hours. Yeah, so that news, yeah, you're right. IonQ's co-founder and chief scientist Chris Monroe to depart. Let's see if this was planned or hmm. Doesn't look like this was exactly planned. Okay, RTX guys. Now this, of course, we could have a big fade also on this one, but RTX, I was definitely want to watch this one. Earnings play. Key level is to take out 80.50. I got up to 80.59 this morning. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert up here. 80.64. See if I can take that out later on. Or maybe we're in for a big fade. GM is an earnings play also. GM is an earnings play. General Motors, of course. And I don't know what. I'm just trying to see what they're saying is the what's happened regarding the strike and all. Interesting. So, abandoning a self-imposed target for the number of electric vehicles it aims to produce through the middle of next year because of softening consumer demand. DOM. Now, I don't know, is that a symbol or is that some acronym? Tailored devices. Okay. Any particular reason why you put that in there? TAYD? Or is that an acronym for something? Okay, guys. Now I'm seeing some of the poppers in the pre-market. I'm seeing most of them seem to be fading. See if this BAER is a shortable one for me at Interactive Brokers. The answer is no, no. Well, it'll be a really interesting day. I mean, we've got a nice, pretty nice, decent gap up to start, but will we able to hold it? Ah, you know what? Forgot to go over the sectors. I'll do that very quickly. They're all going to be positive, of course. Well, maybe not energy. I'm going to check out on energy. Yeah, okay. So everything is positive. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE, and the 89% in green means that 89% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And so just do a quick look You can see the only healthcare is kind of 50-50. Okay. The rest of the major sectors are all looking like around 80% and above. Retail is 73%. Again, this is in the pre-market. Everything can change once the market opens, of course, but all right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything else sneaking in? IREN. So ARM is over the IPO price now, guys. ARM is on the move a little bit here. IPO priced at 51. Of course, this is back here. This is the week of September 11th. And had, of course, if you were around then, you saw had a tremendous first day anyway. Faded like most of the IPOs, but at least now it's over the IPO price again, 51. All right. Well, Pepe ever retires, Harry, I can lean on you for my if I have computer problems. Yeah, I agree. Real RTX. I just I'm still wary of trying to not chase these things, but seeing things like this, and if it breaks out over this 80 50 mark, that is actually going to really challenge up here. I'm just sort of I'm still a little bit wary of that. Knee guys, NEE. Let's see, what's it doing? Is this not an, yeah, it is an earnings play. NEE is, I think William might have mentioned this one. NEE is an earnings play. Another one though, takes out the 55. I mean, it's got a ways to go, but $1 to go. And that's a huge float, 2 billion in the float. For it to move another dollar might be a little tough. Yeah, RTX is starting to fade quite a bit now. Market's going to open in less than a minute, guys. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. $79.25 is the VWAP for RTX, so it's just below that now. All right, guys, we've got about 5 seconds to the open. So again, have a great trading day, everybody. All right, we're open. Open for business. CSC, is this an earnings play? SEE? No, not an earnings play, but SEE on the move here. Sealed Air Core, not an earnings play. INM is still strong. It's right around the pre-market highs, INM. In fact, it's above the pre-market highs now. Is this an Alzheimer play? And we have our first halt of the day, guys. INM, first halt of the day. And at least to start, we've got a green candle to start so far. We're about a minute and a half in, that's it. Okay, so let's see what happens now with this CUEN. I mean, it had a big pop, but then a drop. CUEN, low float, 1.39 million in the float. Signs a $4 million distribution agreement. You know, it's having still a good comeback. RVMB, this was one I was talking about yesterday on a break over at 17, about 1720 actually, I think later on in the day. And it so the high of yesterday is 1895. Coke on the move. Coke KO is an earnings play. Do a dish. I would do nothing. I'm sorry. I mean, dish is just I mean, look, I don't see anything. I don't see anything in here that would attract me to buy dish. It would have to take out about that 5 level, 525, get rid of all this. I don't care. I know you're talking news and all that, but market doesn't care. EDU, EDU, China education stock. So big move here this morning. Coin, of course, coin with this all this Bitcoin news. Wow, look at this EDU, guys. Look at EDU. Look at that giant green candle. Let's see what TAL is doing. TAL. Wonder if it's mimicking it. Yes, so TAL is doing the same thing, guys. So the China education stock, maybe China in general. Take a look at KWeb. Just want to see what KWeb is doing. This might be just tagging along with the general China market. Yeah, so China is strong right now, guys. KWeb, strong right now. So it's not EDU or TAL specifically. It's just all China's, well, not all, but most of the China stocks are doing something like this. Yeah, the only problem with BCS is that it's got a huge float. So I just don't know how much more. It's got just a huge float. 3.6 billion in the float. It is an earnings play. The next low looking left is 636. I mean, if it can get through that, maybe, but it's just got such a huge float. And it's not that I'm biased again, but to get it to move a lot more, I mean, it's already done 8%, excuse me, with that float. I just don't know how much more it's got in it. Yeah, that RTX, I mean, I would have loved to have taken it early, but I'm reluctant to. Yeah, look at China. I mean, look at the China stocks, FUTU, another one that is just ripping here, FUTU. But it's mainly, look, the market is doing the same thing, so it may not just be China. It's the overall market. Now here's an earnings play that is not. Look at this one, TRU. This is an earnings play. TransUnion. This is an earnings play, guys. TransUnion, TRU, and it is not following the market at all. Wow, look at that RVMD, guys. What a nice comeback. RVMD. Just mentioned that one. Look at this market. What a rip on this first 15-minute candle. What a nice rip here. I wasn't sure about what was going to happen because we had 30 minutes of it being down before the market opened. But look at this rip. INM open, guys. INM opened. So it's just at. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is up at 233. Excuse me, 233. And what did it get? You got up to 208. So the next high looking left is 233. Boy, this takes out two. Look out. I mean, does have this 233 to contend with. 233, and then if we can get through 233, 277, so it still has some room. Remember, it's an Alzheimer's play. This is INM. And I in a big two break for INM. RVMD, guys, this is really, to me, it's interesting anyway. Now it's over, it's above yesterday's high. This is a daily reversal play right now. Daily reversal play, RDMD. Ooh, I don't know, Dom. I have really no advice. I don't use, are you talking about in the simulator? In your real account? And yeah, I'm not, Chris probably would know a lot better than I do. The stop loss order removed. I don't know if it gets reset overnight or did you have it good till like good till canceled or not sure. I'm not sure. You might have to send your log into Trade Ideas so they can take a look to see what happened. I don't know. I have no advice for that. I'm sorry. So you might want to go to support. Okay, support at trade-ideas.com, and then they'll ask you for your log, and then they can take a look at it. There's my Duolingo. Duolingo now above yesterday's high. My Duolingo. So I asked him that, Chris. He said he did say he had it good till canceled, but I'm out of my realm of expertise on that one. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, so we're still positive here. We're almost at 15 minutes in. Bit of a topping tail now. Some selling taking place a little bit. Take a look at Xerox, guys. Is this an earnings play? XRX? Is this a yes? Wow, look at Xerox. Look at this earnings play here. Really not a lot of action in the pre-market, but look at this. Just give me one moment, please. Here's another one, guys. Stitch Fix. Always have a tough time saying that one. SFIX. Yeah, okay. This is it's a reversal, but you can see what's happening. It's coming right into a bunch of daily highs. So unbelievable that this is this price. Remember when this was way higher, SFIX. Oh, there's Xerox on the way down, guys. XRX on the way down. And it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Xerox is an earnings play. Oops. Oops. Look at the market here. All right. Well, first 15 in the books now, guys. Oh, look at this OFIX. This wasn't this was a sneaky one from yesterday on a daily reversal. You know, guys, INM is not dead in my opinion. I mean, it's still hanging in there. If it takes out, I'm going to stick an alert at 209, see if it takes out that high at some point. They got halted around 180 or so, and it's still hanging around that area. VZ is an earnings play, guys. Verizon. VZ is an earnings play. But again, I look left and I just sort of see maybe a whole bunch of little areas that it could stall. Well, I was keen about Xerox eyes, but Xerox has actually had a bounce now. So I was kind of keen on that one, but it has actually had a bounce. Is it XRX? INM guys, keep an eye on INM. This could, if it pops through to any significantly, this could have a run. I mean, I know it's already up 236%, 3.3 million in the float. So again, Dom, I'm not a big user of this, but I mean, if I click on right here, if you can see what I'm doing, it says day. I'm assuming if you just check good to cancel, I'm assuming. So if you highlight the one you want and then click on that and then change it to GTC, I guess. Again, I'm not a big user of this, so that make sense? You see what I did? Go to the day where it says day, and there's a little drop down, and then just click on GTC. To me, logically, that's how it could work. All right, CALX is now showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, CALX. It is an earnings play. Release earnings after hours. No big deal. You know, I mean, when I say no big deal, no huge reaction after hours, that move area. But now 48 times relative volume. So it doesn't matter. You can't override that, Pepe. So you're saying picking GTC doesn't matter? It just automatically goes to GTD? Uh, Day? Oh, okay. Well, that's definitely now outside of anything I can help with. All right, guys, Xerox right back down. Okay, Xerox right back down after that little pull up. Big pull up, actually. Yeah, pretty choppy. Yeah. All right, now RVMD is right back up now. I'm definitely interested in this one as a recovery play. It got back up over 19 again. If it gets up to 1917, you know, again, it had the pop, then a big drop down to here, 1849. It is coming back. GLW, guys, GLW is still moving down on earnings. This is not, I'm sorry, I have CALX here, but I think Logi, LOGI, earnings play. It is still on the move here, guys. LOGI on the move. And that's exactly why I wait. Don't try to anticipate that it's going to take out that 2 level. Halted on the way down, as Jeffro says. That's INM. All right, another reversal, guys. Silk, another reversal. Silk, however, yeah, coming into Too many little areas. I think it could stall. Boy, if we could ever get it over 787 though, I'm going to stick a price alert in that area. May not happen today, may never happen, but I want to know about it if it does, because you can just sort of see what could happen. Could start to fill in that void. So another earnings play, guys. Halliburton been very choppy though. Big topping tail, bottoming tail, very, very choppy looking so far. Well, you can see that if this somehow, if ASCII can take out 220, I got up there in the pre-market, got right up to that 221. You can see in the daily chart, back this out a little bit, you can see in the daily chart, that is the high of 220. So it got to 221 in the pre-market. I'm going to stick a price alert right there and see if it can take it out again. If it does, I mean, look at the room it's got. 663 is the next high looking left on the daily. Obviously got thumped down. Okay, guys, RVMD. I mean, it's all about the gap. Okay. I mean, nobody's saying it's going to fill this gap, but it's got all this room here. You're going to have obviously the horrible day yesterday, but it recovered a lot. Got down to 1538, closed at 18 something. All right, we're back into schizo market. Look at this big bottoming tail now. That was a big red candle at one point, and then the buyers have stepped in and moving this market higher, trying to anyway. All right, guys, RVMD. DGHI, DGHI. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. DGHI. It looks like, to me anyway, coming into some resistance, not that far away. DG, but it's a low float out of Toronto. Okay, guys, I'm in this RVMD right here, okay? So let's see if it has any sort of a move in it. Just took it in a good fill, 1921. So maybe a good fill, we'll see. Okay, guys, meanwhile, Xerox, so I was tempted early on it, but now it is really starting to move down on earnings. The alert happened at 12.75, popped up to 13.22. I might get knocked out of my RVMD. Have to see. Keep an eye on the RVMD. I don't want to see it go down below 19. KC. Haven't seen this. This is King something or other. Got Kingsoft Cloud. To me, yeah, just pretty messy looking left on the daily chart, in my opinion. Too many areas where it could stall. Xerox, I'm not in it. Yeah, IMGN has that tremendous void underneath. IMGN, there's a massive void underneath. Looking left, the low yesterday was 1243. It's at 1251 right now. So when you look left, I mean, nobody's saying it's going to get down here, but there's no real chart support. All right, I mentioned this true just a little while ago. TRU, I think it's an earnings play. Yes, TransUnion. This is an earnings play. TRU. It's from our AI also. I say, wow, look at this market. We're getting back into that schizo market again. Look at this. I mean, now we got another big red candle, but remember we had one previous to that too, and the buyers took it up. So what happens in this candle here? Exactly, Ovi. Make up your mind. All right. Woo. I'm talking about the RVMD. Just watching our RVMD guys. I want to see if I can get back into the 30s on the bid. Ugh, Xerox, son of a. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just, watching my RVMD. Love to see it get into the 40s in terms of a bid. Okay, what's this market doing? Yeah, look at these two big bottoming tails now. I mean, the sellers have been trying, really been trying hard to knock this market down, but the buyers have been stepping in. That previous 15-minute candle for sure. This one also. Okay, how's that other one doing? CALX, CALX. So it has not really dropped. 35 was the alert as a potential short for CALX, another earnings play. See the theme now, guys. A lot of the stocks that we're seeing now are earnings plays. Well, here's a little one, guys. LAAC, lithium has a little bit of room to 633. Okay, this is a daily reversal. A little bit of room to 633. BZ, this is a China stock, right? BZ, BZ, BZ. It is not, yes, it is a China stock. Coming maybe into some resistance around 16. Okay, here's another earnings play, guys. CCK is an earnings play. CCK, Crown Holdings. The next high looking left is 80.48. So it's got about $1, a little bit more than like a little bit more, excuse me, more than $1 to the next high. Flyer in the morning, MAIA, just absolutely giving it up. Looks like it's going to go back to yesterday's close. No, I haven't looked at JD. Well, JD's China, right? So it's all about China right now. Okay, so the next high looking left, 25.48, 25.48. So it's almost there. If it can get through that, then 26.26 is the next high. But you've got to be watching KWEB. You have to be watching KWEB. Okay, just keep an eye on KWEB because it's basically moving with China. So the minute KWEB stops moving higher, if you want a JD, I'm sure JD will stop moving higher also. I don't, unless a China stock has specific news for it, it's probably just going to track whatever KWEB's doing. Meanwhile, RVMD, thank you, got into the 40s like I wanted. Took some out. Oh, wow. Well, it took some out, guys. Wanted to see into the 40s. And it's dropped right back down. So that was probably a good not out of it completely, but got into the high 50s. And then I wanted to see a bid into the 40s and I got it. Yeah, that's what now is that coffee, caffee? Are you changing your sign in again? Yeah, okay. Keeping me on my toes. Look at this market, guys. Look at these two big bottoming tails here. Okay, guys, I'm out of the RVMD totally now. It's okay. In at 1921, got rid of most of it around 1945. Just waiting for that bid into the 40s. Got it. Was kicking myself because it got into almost to the 60s, but then it pulled back. So not going to complain. Next, CAN. This is a can't remember anymore. So it's an AI play. I thought it was a Bitcoin play also at one point. CAN, but maybe I'm wrong. Another Bitcoin play, guys. BitDeer, BTDR, cheap one. Another Bitcoin play. So how is Bitcoin doing right? Well, I'm just going to look at BITO. I just want to take a look at BITO and see how it is doing. If it's holding its gains, fading a little, not a huge amount. Well, there's True, guys. TRU continues to make a move down. This is an earnings play. Um, yeah, it's too close to that. It's a big psychological number, also, in my opinion, to get through 50. I mean, it might get through, of course, but pretty big psychological number. I think PVH it's either an earnings play or I saw some upgrades. Yeah, 119. Wow. I did see the upgrade. I just didn't see the price target. $119 a share. JP Morgan has put a price target of $119 a share for PVH. Now, again, when you hear me say that and you see the price at 76, don't think that it's going to 119 ever. Okay. I mean, it could happen, of course, but it just makes it for an interesting, certainly intraday trade, perhaps. The problem I've got with it, I mean, look at all the stuff it's got to get through when you look at a daily chart. Remember a few days ago, my daily reversal, I think there was only two. Look how many there are today. So again, I'm going to be going over all my scans that I'm sharing. And this is one of them, the daily reversal. What it's looking for is a stock that was down yesterday, now up today, or up yesterday and down today, reversing. Okay, wow, RVMD, not in it anymore, but it still looks kind of strong. Okay, so this one, I wonder if this one is going to have a shot to get through here. This one meaning Coupang, CPNG. The next high looking left is 1840. It got there. You can see that red line. Will that stall it? This is showing up on my bouncers toppers, a stock that is maybe topped out. Maybe it'll follow the market a little bit if the market does slide down a bit. Okay, this RTX, it's been fading really from the get-go. This is an earnings play. Still up 6%, big float, 1.5 billion in the float, so it is a big float, but it is fading. And as an earnings play, we were kind of, well, look, I put an alert at 80, 50, approximately 80, 50, see if it would take that out and then start to fill in this void, but it doesn't look like that has any chance of doing that today. How do you create a personal watch list? Well, there are several ways you can do it. You can create what we call a symbol list and give it a name, or if you click on the heart, that'll go into, if you click on the heart on a chart, that will actually go into a symbol list that is created called My Personal List or something like that. Let me just see. I'll tell you what it's exactly called. My Liked. It's called My Liked. Okay. So if you click on a heart, it'll go into a list called My Liked. Now, it should be in this left-hand column, okay? When you click on your symbol list, it should be in this left-hand column. If it isn't, you'll have to add it. I have a feeling though that when you do click on a heart, this symbol is called My Liked is automatically created for you. And I think when you click on the heart, it moves over into this column, okay? Once it's in this column, now that's one way, okay? That is one way. Wow, look at the RVMB, I'm not in it anymore. And then what you have to do is then you have to take your top list or your, oh, jeez, my dog jumped on me. Okay, so then you have to create your alert window or your top list window, however you want to monitor that symbol list. Okay, and then you right click, configure, click on symbol lists, and then it should be over here. Okay, if it isn't, then you have to add it. You have to go to add existing list and find it. You're probably right at the top, click on it, and then it'll move over into this column. And then this is a drop down, all symbols. This is a drop down. You just say only following lists, and then you check it. My liked. I know it seems like a lot of steps. I'm going to show you in the guide where how you can do all this, but once you check it, then it's attached to that alert window or top list window. And of course you can attach it to as many, excuse me, as many as you want. Well, that's one way. The other way is just to create your own symbol list. Okay, if you click on symbol list and create new, you could call it liar, not liar, Lior. And then it would be in here, excuse me, sorry guys, add existing list, you would find it. You'd have to find whatever you called it, click on it, and then it'll move over here. So you have your choice. You can either click on a heart and it'll automatically go into that, or create your own symbol list. And then Chris is giving you a video that you can also follow, okay? So there's the true guys, true, TRU. It did break down through 50. So if you've done it the heart way, okay, then you have to click on the symbol and then click on the heart, and that'll remove it. Otherwise, if you create your own symbol list, you can go to Tools, Symbol Lists. If you create your own symbol list, like, yeah, then you'll see the list here. Then all you have to do is just click on a list, click on one of your lists, and then edit it. And then you'll see the symbols in here. Then you can add, remove. Okay, that's a simple. So it's probably a little bit simpler to create your own symbol list. Okay, and then attach it to your alert windows or your top list. All right, look at this market. So we have three huge bottoming tails now. Three huge ones in the SPY. And what does it mean? The sellers have been trying like mad to knock this market down, but the buyers keep stepping in. At some point, the sellers are going to give up for a while. Always this constant struggle all day long between buyers and sellers, constant battle. Doesn't matter what stock you're looking at. Obviously, some stocks are more dynamic than others in terms of their moves and all, but always that battle. Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, you could put a price on. Yeah, that's it's not going to happen automatically. Okay, you want the icon to appear in the list only when it like automatically. Unfortunately, you won't be able. It won't be automatic. You can create a price alert. Your price alert window will pop up on your screen. You can click on the symbol to make sure you do definitely want it. And then you can either click the heart or send it to the symbol list that you created. It will not do it automatically. True, guys. Sorry. But you know, the thing is that you might create a look at Don. I wish I still had some of that RVMB. That's awesome. Look at this. Thing is though that I mean, you might create a price alert for something, and yeah, it may trigger where you want it to, okay? But maybe at that time it's not really maybe you don't want it anymore, okay? If that makes sense. I mean, to me, if you use the heart method, to me, I always want to check if I still want to add something. So I would click on, when you get the price alert, it'll pop up on your screen. You click on the symbol, you do a quick look. Yeah, I still want it. Click the heart. I mean, to me, it's not that big a deal. Just to put sort of a stamp on this. I mean, what if you created a price alert right now and it triggered 4 hours from now? It may not be what you want to see anymore. And in my opinion, I mean, you shouldn't be having like 500 that you want to see if they're going to trigger. Ugh. Okay, guys, man, we've got a lot of action here. I'm tugged in a lot of different directions. So Leanne which was, yeah, this could be interesting. I mean, it hit in the pre-market. It did hit 398, $4 approximately. So it is trying to come back here. Had some news. Trading company announced it entered into some kind of an agreement with Bristol Myers Squibb. Okay. So, legitimate news, I suppose. Is there a scanner showing stocks breaking the SMA? Yeah, there is an alert, but it will require some volume. Okay. So, but just the question in our YouTube room, Suni. So if you do a search, and I'm gonna type in SMA. Scroll down a little bit. Actually, that's wrong. I said change cross. Type in cross. So you can see cross above the 200-day moving average and cross below the 200-day moving average. Okay. But it does require some volume confirmation, just so you know, but it'll be close enough in my opinion. Okay. So, I mean, when you say, is there a scanner? I mean, this is the alert you use, and then it's up to you to, put whatever price range you want, minimum volume that you want, add other filters, but that would be the alert. That would be your real-time alert to use. Oh man, I wish I had more conviction on that RVMD. Well, True just turned right around. I mean, it's like almost like moving with the market. Okay, guys, I'm actually looking at RVMD again, if you can believe it, now that it's over 20. See what sort of move it makes. I mean, it's still got obviously all sorts of room. Boy, look at the man, look at all these, look at all the action. Lian, Lian. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, the RVMD, still really interested in this one. The longer it holds over 20, more interested I'm getting back into it. We're sitting right now 2010, 2011 on the bid ask. That's really good. Obviously, there's penny spread. So my focus, that's my focus right now. Is it possible to create a situation where alert filters works in a certain order? Like if it happens, then do it. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I don't know what you mean. An alert filter is a real-time alert. I mean, it either happens or it doesn't. So I mean, here is an alert window, of course, and so here's what it is looking at. So here are my filters. So there's my real-time alert. Whenever if all these filter values are met and it makes a new high of the day, I get the alert. It's that simple. Real-time alert. If I had a now, are you talking about if I had a series like different real-time alerts in an alert window, like several real-time alerts? No, no, whatever happens, happens. I mean, so if I had a new 5-minute high, a new high, a new running up or whatever gets triggered is gonna, you can't say, well, you can't suggest an order. No, if the fil if a real-time alert meets the filter values, it's going to trigger. You can't sort of designate it. I'm not sure, Suni. We do have some question in our YouTube room. Clear engulfing bullish bearish candle on hourly, weekly charts. Daily, maybe. We do have some symbol lists. The, you may have to ask that question. I'll give you I'll give you an email. So here's the daily. So these are bearish engulfing, but these are on the daily. Okay, bullish engulfing, bearish engulfing. These are on the daily. And as far as intraday is concerned, yeah, these are things I just don't use, but So we do have some like 10-minute bullish engulfing, 30-minute, etc. Okay. All right, guys, Aspen. No, no, you cannot write your own code, okay? I mean, there is we have data points that you can combine to give yourself a new filter, okay? But I think what you're trying to do, we cannot do, okay? Sorry. All right, Duolingo. How are you? You still have this room. Well, you can try to optimize your scan using the back tester, of course, but you know, that's up to you. Look at the C, guys, SEE. It does appear it has a little bit of room. 3060 is the next high, so it's above that. A little bit of room to 31, little bit. All right, guys, I've got so much going on right now. I want to go over my homepage, show you the scans that I've got, talk a little bit about the test drive that's coming up. Oh, so you can't see my screen, Suni? You can't see my screen? I was showing you on the screen. You can't see my screen. I was sort of showing you the symbol that say, whoops, sorry, that's wrong. Forget what I just typed in there. Oh, I see. Well, that's going to be hard. I mean, all I can tell you is this. Well, if you right click on an alert window, okay, Suni, if you right click on an alert window and then click on configure and then click on symbol lists, okay? Well, okay, there are two rooms. If you want to come into the main room, you can do that. I'm answering questions in two different trading rooms. But to keep going with you, if you click on symbol list and then you're going to see add existing list as a column on the right-hand side. And I mean, I know this is difficult. You can't see what I'm doing, but if you scroll down on that add existing list, you're going to see something that's called daily, and there's a little plus sign beside it. You click on the plus sign, and then you're going to see the the daily bearish engulfing, bottoming tail, bullish engulfing on the daily. You can't see my screen. It's pretty hard for me to demonstrate, show you. Oh, you got it. Okay, good. Yeah, in the back test, well, all you do, remember, you can only back test an alert window. So all you have to do is just attach that symbol list to the alert window. Okay? Understand that? So you just basically attach it and then you run your back test. backtest strategy, and it's only going to look at those symbols that you attach to the alert window. Okay. Okay, guys, my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, now there is another promo code, a better one that I can give you that is, it'll get you 20% off. I'm sorry, 25% off. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, you will see there's a promo code up here, but don't use that one. Use Spooky 25 and you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, so use Spooky 25, not Barry 15. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, at the bare minimum, that's what you have to do. This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. This will only take you 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, in fact, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He put this together, series of videos. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Okay, just give me a moment. There's more action in that room, Suni. Okay, a lot more traders, a lot more interaction amongst the traders. Okay, so there's the link. Stock of the day video, free. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is free. Also, this week there was nothing that Steve could find, so he basically recommended to stay in cash. Education section is here. Again, if you're going to take this, in fact, I'm going to talk about the test drive, but this is our user guide. There's the getting started again. So if you want in more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, about stock racing and price alerts, really understand how to use price alerts. It's so simple to do. There's the getting started section again. So daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday. So it should be Michael Noss. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Michael when he's there. So getting back to the promo code. So all I ask is this: if you intend to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please come into the room, use the promo that you'll see. Obviously right now, if you want to take out a subscription, use Spooky 25 for 25% off. The reason being is that it really helps the room. It'll keep the room free, help to keep the room free. This is a free room, but obviously there was a cost to run it. So the more people that take out subscriptions using my promo, the better for the room. Okay. Now, if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans. The center section is right here. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are basically the gappers up and down. Just to take a look to see what stocks, we don't know just because a stock is moving up and down in the pre-market. We don't know what it's going to do once the market opens, but at least it alerts us to those that are, the stocks that could be interesting for the day. Here's the halts resumes over here. This is the abnormal auction activity scan right here. I'll explain that in a bit. And there's the momentum scan right here, Momo right here. And then I am sharing, you just don't see these. I'm not hiding them. I just didn't want to overload the main window. But here are the other scans that I'm sharing, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Okay. So again, if you save my homepage link, then you have access to my scans anytime you want and the education section. Now, should also welcome anybody who's new into the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, we are having what we call a test drive coming up. Give me a little the link here. Gone, Rajesh. 30% is gone. 25% now. Okay. It's gone. But if you're only planning to do a monthly, I mean, it's not a big difference, 5%. Here's the test drive, guys. There you go. Much better. Okay, here's the test drive link. You click on this test drive link. Let me explain what you're seeing. So the test drive starts on November 6th through the 20th. That is 10 trading days with Trade Ideas, okay? If you sign up for day, it'll cost you $11.11 for those 10 trading days. What you're doing if you sign up for today is you're pre-registering. So please, please do not bother our poor support staff and say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start until the 6th, okay? Now, you'll actually have access to the program on the 3rd, which is the Friday before. This is a Monday, November 6th. You'll have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes on Monday, so you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday, plus Saturday and Sunday. Please, please, at least do take a look at those 10 videos, okay? Take you 30 minutes. Don't come into the test drive. If you're planning to take the test drive, don't come into the test drive completely cold, not knowing anything about Trade Ideas, okay? Do a little bit of work ahead of time. Now, the other thing is, if you're only taking this test drive because you want to auto trade, then don't take the test drive. There's no auto trading, okay? Notice I rarely talk about auto trading other than to say don't auto trade. But so don't take the test drive, but that's the only reason. Other thing is, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? You don't have to worry about that. There will be a promo, of course, promo code that we'll give to you if you do want to take out a subscription. But again, don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. All right. So we only do this probably only about 3 times a year now. We used to do it once a quarter, but we're not doing it as frequently. So it's a great opportunity to try us out. And those are set dates, the November 6th to the 20th. So for instance, if you can't start until the 7th, you're not going to get 10 trading days. You'll get 9. Okay. Those are set dates, between the 6th and the 20th. There's Verizon on the move, guys. VZ on the move, earnings play, VZ on the move. Don't know quite what you mean, Leor. So when you say change views, what do you mean by changing views? So I have an alert window here. I have another one, or a multi-strategy window here. I have a top list on another monitor that you can't see. Are you talking about changing layouts or? Yes, you can do that, Willow Puff. Yeah, that's a good question. If you so we also have this will be available. This is an add-on. So if I click on new and then Market Explorer and right click, and where it says select strategy, this anchored VWAP, this is an add-on, okay? All these other ones are free, free included in the subscription, standard subscription. This is a $49 a month add-on. but during the test drive, you'll have it available to you. So the other thing is, if you're a standard subscriber right now and you'd like to either take a look at this or also take a look at our premium service, our AI, you can do so for the $11.11. Okay. Well, give me a moment. Again, I'm still interested in this RVMD. Somebody asked, it didn't show up on their scan. This did not show up on any one of my scans either today, I don't think. Okay, it did. It did right here at 9:39. Price was 19.05. This is on the daily reversal. But I was all over this one yesterday. Okay, and so I had it thumbnailed. So I wanted to be watching it. Okay, so it didn't have to appear on a scan. So here's the deal with you, Leor. You're probably going to want to create what we call docked windows. Okay, you see how this is all docked? And I'm going to send you to the user guide. It'll explain docking because then you can load your layout. You can have a different layout and things will be anything you have in a dock will remain. Yeah, I understand. Now, the other thing, you'll notice that I can do it up here. If I click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on the explosive winners channel, because this is a dock, notice that my layout does not disappear. Everything is still here because this is a dock. I know this gets maybe getting a little confusing, but if you want to create your own layout or different layouts and you want to see them, but you want charts to remain, then you'd have to create docked windows. I can show you in our user guide where you can. Where is it? Because I mean, I can show you one, but the thing is that you probably forget, and so you should have go to the guide so you have your reference. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link again and go down to the education section, click here, and then go to the user guide. And then where it says docked windows, docking, okay, and you have a series of videos, you'll have a lot of text about how you dock, okay? And then if you create dock windows, then you can, they won't disappear. Okay, guys, there's VZ moving again. Well, VZ to me, you see, if you look left, 34.38, so it's very close to that high right there. I mean, if it takes that out, then it's maybe got a shot into this 35 level. But to me, it's I can't trade this because it's too close to that high looking left. Oh man, I missed this one. So many for me to have looked at, guys. But look at the Calx CALX. Look at the CALX. I had an alert here. This is on my 10-day daily breakdown. It was late enough, now 9:50. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. So look at that, 9:50, the alert, 35, and it got down to 33.50, almost $1.50 before it popped up a bit. Nice, nice short. Whoa, just give me a moment. You mean how do you create your own channel? Kind of like this. I've got a channel up here, created a channel. If you can see my screen, that this is actually a channel that that I created. You can create 5 of them, and you can see it's all docked. This is the change from the open. See how it's changed, guys? Remember, energy was pretty strong. So since the open, 82% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from the close, down from the open. So is that what you mean? You okay? So again, this is in the guide, all right? But so if I click on new again, dock channel bar, okay, the first thing you have to do is you have to create your layout. You have to create a dock layout. That's the first thing you have to do. So assuming you have done that, I know you haven't done it yet, but that's why you've got to read the guide and all. Then it says new channel right at the top here. If I right click, edit custom channels, and then you add a channel. All in the guide, okay? I don't expect you to remember everything I'm doing, but you add a channel, and then select from cloud. And that's so you have created your layout, your dock layout, given it a name. You select it, it'll appear here. And then you can give it a name up here so that I have it changed from the open. You can give whatever you want to call it in the channel. You give it a name and then okay and apply it, and then you're done. Okay, a lot of steps, I get it, but and then you can have up to five custom channels up here. See, I don't change my layout over the course of the day. That's why you won't see me changing my layout at all. This is the layout I use pre-market. Once the market opens, the only thing I do is I shut down one window, my pre-market window that I use. Other than that, I don't change layouts over the course of the day. Well, yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's a software. A lot of the stuff that you're asking there are things that most people don't do. They don't dock. They just don't do that. Back test. People don't back test. Most people don't back test. So let me explain again a few things here. So this is my momentum sense. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you like this one. Okay, now you went to my home page, you loaded it, but you want to know, well, what is it actually doing? What's it trying to find? So with most scans, alert windows, topless windows aren't scans, but I'll explain that. If you right click on the window and then click on configure and then click on summary, this is going to tell you what it's looking for. So there are a lot of screening programs out there that you can buy, okay? And of course we screen, we have screening capability, of course. This is the screening aspect. When you see these icons, these are our filter icons. So in this scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. And this gives it the momentum, okay? The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, okay? So if all of these, I don't have to go over all these filters, but if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. So the last one was at 10:59, CXW at 12:07. The price was 12:07. That was the last stock that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Well, we're really good at intraday real-time alerts. Okay, that's what we're really good at. So if you looked at that scan and you thought, yeah, I like it, but I don't like the price range. Of course, this is what I like to see. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what you like to see. There's the Leanne. I'm going to thump my desk. I was looking to get into this one, but oh well. A lot of action today, man. A lot of action. Not just with the earnings plays, but with these little ones. So if you looked at this scan and you thought, well, I do like it, but I don't like the price range, then you can change it, of course. Understand, this is not a course on how to use trade ideas from A to Z, okay? I'm just giving you a brief overview. All this stuff is in the guide. And then if I said okay, or I clicked on the summary, you can see now how it's changed to 10 and 100. And you can make another change if you want. As you get used to using trade ideas, maybe there's a filter that you would like to add or take one out that you don't care about. Up to you. So all I'm saying is that this is a template. This is what I like to see, but it doesn't have, but you can always adjust it to your style of trading if you like. No. Auto mark support and resistance, no. On our charts, no. The only thing that'll appear sometimes, you'll see a red line, and it depends on if you've clicked on an alert window, you'll see a red line which will indicate the next high, daily high. But other than that, no. This is not a full-blown charting program, okay? Just to let you know. I mean, we don't bill ourselves like that. For me, it's the program for me, it's perfectly good. I'm not a big indicator guy. I don't like to mess up my charts very much. So for me, my style of trading, our charts are fine. But I understand, some want some other indicators perhaps or other things on the charts, and we just don't have them. Don't know what you mean by that. The correct RR for a particular method. I mean, I don't know if there's such a thing as the correct. I mean, I know what I do. I mean, when I go into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 risk reward, if that's what you're talking about. But that'll be up to you. So some say 1 for 3, 1 to 3. And when you say correct, if you're saying, I mean, then you obviously understand the concept of stops. I mean, putting a stop in some is you have to have some experience of trading. Where you're going to put your stop. And then of course, so if I put a stop 10 cents away because I look at a chart and I think, yes, that's where I think there's a lot of support. If it broke down through there, I want that area, I want to be out. So that would be the first step. But then I have to look left and I have to say, okay, if my stop is 10 cents, could I reasonably make 20 cents on this trade? And the way I look at it is I'll look left and I'll check to see where the next high is on the daily chart. If it is more than 20 cents away, then it becomes something that I will take a look at. Well, I say 1 for 2 because I'm talking risk reward, not reward to risk. So if I'm risking 10 cents to make 20, my risk is 10. So risk and then reward. That's why I say it like that. No, the back test cannot tell you that. No. Okay, guys, I'm still watching the RVMD. I'm waiting to see if it breaks over 20 again. I used to say 2 to 1 real, but technically, then it should be reward to risk. But I think most people say risk reward, don't they? Anyway, I think so. To back test something, I'll just demonstrate. But look, I don't back test. It's a very most people don't back test. It's a real painstaking operation. But you just right click, back test. I can start it at a certain time. I can end it at a certain time. I can simulate either buy or sell. So it's going to back test this alert window. And I can do it. The max I can do it for is over the previous 3 months. You click the simulate buy. Again, I would never, this will not back test well, but I don't care. I just want to see the alert. So see, that would be a horrible, this is why I don't back test this. I mean, I don't care. I just want to see the alerts. But let's just say they had a better equity curve, because right now, obviously, you're in a losing position. If you what it's doing is it's taking a look at every single occurrence over the last 30 days, sorry, 90 days, up at 63 days, okay, 3 months, and 63 trading days. And if you took every single time there was an alert, what would happen? Okay, and then you get into the optimization. Okay, let's just say that curve looked decent, but not great. Then you start to look in the, don't ask me to do this, guys. I don't do this. This is, it takes a lot of time and effort, and you have to like to do this sort of stuff. But you can take a look at the price range. Maybe there's a price range that you don't want to trade, too many negatives. Maybe there's a time of day that seems to be better. Okay. And that's running through this optimization procedure. There is no guide that's going to tell you how to do it. If like this is what you should do. I mean, you can go through the optimization. You can go through the optimization, and you can put different sort of filters, optimizing on different filters, but that'll be totally up to you. So there's no way to say, well, I have this strategy that I like. Can you optimize it for me so that it really works well? No. The other thing too is that something that might optimize well, that looks pretty good right now, you've got a decent equity curve and you start to use it. And then maybe 2 or 3 or 4 days later, all of a sudden you're getting some alerts and they don't seem to be working. You say, hey, wait a minute, these alerts don't seem, I mean, you're getting the alerts, but they're not giving you the results you want. It means you might have to go back into the strategy and re-optimize. So there's this constant tweaking. I don't do it. I have no time for it. Well, again, you can go into the guide, Leor. Okay, you can go into the guide. Everything is in the guide. Again, everything is in the guide. So back testing. Click on. So if you click on my homepage link and then go to the education section, click here, and then go. Sorry, and then click on the user guide, and I think it's called back testing. Back testing. Okay, it's all in the guide. But there's no magic bullet. There's no, well, what strategy should I be using that's going to backtest well? No. For instance, if I backtested these two strategies, they'd probably be terrible. I don't even care. I'm not going to do it, but I don't care. I want the alerts. I want to be able to click on the alert, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. Notice that I get very few alerts in this. There is more here. The only reason I have this momentum scan up is because when you're moderating a trading room, there are some days in which I don't get very many alerts, in the abnormal option activity and these. So I want to keep the room flowing. So I have this momentum scan up here that could give us some interesting looks. But other than that, if I weren't moderating a room, this is all I'd be looking at. Abnormal option activity, the breakout and breakdown. That's all I'd look at. That's me personally. Well, doesn't that make sense though, real? If I'm saying risk reward, risking 10 cents to make 20. So the risk is 10, the reward is 20. So wouldn't that make sense? A one for two. You know what? If you want me to say 2 to 1, the test drive is open. Okay, RVMD, go for me. The test drive is open on November 6th. Okay, that's Monday, November the 6th. You will have access. That's a Monday. You will have access to the program, though, about an hour after the market closes on the Friday before, which is November 3rd. Okay. I don't really create a watch list. This is what I do in the pre-market. This is my pre-market routine that I've been doing forever. So now this is still running. You see the pre-market act is up and down, but I only look at this in the pre-market. Once the market opens, I shut this dock window down. Okay, but this, the obvious thing to do is this at the very beginning is to sort on the change from the close. That'll show me the stocks that are gapping up in the pre-market, and I do the same thing on the ones that are gapping down in the pre-market. So that just gives me an idea about what is happening. Obviously, I'll click on an alert right at I'll click on the top one. I'll check to see if there's any news on it, and then I make up my mind. That's what you'll hear. I mean, if you come into the room at 9 o'clock Eastern time, you'll hear me talking about the ones that I've, the ones that are up the most and down the most typically. Okay. And then it's a matter of sometimes what I'll do is I'll take some of them and put them in a thumbnail chart. Okay. So I can follow them in a thumbnail chart. But that's my routine. I've been doing the same thing forever. I've been using these two top list windows. These are my go-to top list windows in the pre-market. The next thing I do is, again, the obvious thing is to look at the change from the close. But then the next step I do is, okay, what about a low floater? Because you see, your eye is drawn, of course, to the ones at the top, but there could be something down here, only up 7%, okay, that my eye is not drawn to. So I will sort on the float column. Okay, and I'll see the stocks that are the crazy low floaters. Here's one, wet G, 394,000 in the float. I'll click on that and see, I might want to follow that one. Okay. The other thing I'll do is the volume today percent. I'll click on that one. Why that is a really cool one to use in the pre-market is because, again, remember now the market is the market. it's still running. I mean, this scan is still running. It's 11:15, 11:16 Eastern time. But in the pre-market, if I saw the volume today percent, and I saw, say, something at 25% or 35%, what that would mean to me is that that stock, let's say it's 50%, that stock is traded already in the pre-market 50% of what it does normally all day long. So that's pretty significant. Okay. So that's what I use in the pre-market, and these are the two scans that I am sharing. Yeah, good idea to go to as Real is saying, Investopedia. You'll get a very detailed response, okay, about what those things are. Investopedia is a great resource. No, we don't. Okay, Dom and order book. No, we don't. Oh, I see. No, you're talking about the order and Lam at or Liam. Ah, man. Well, let's take a look. You're talking about Liam, though, right? Not Liam. It doesn't really matter, right? Just the concept. So, sugar. I was in this one. I got out with no gain earlier. True. Um. All right. I've got to go back through this. I hate this. I mean, I shouldn't say hate, but there's a certain order have to do. So right to left, or sorry, left to right, as Pepe drills into me. I don't use Brokers Plus. Okay, I'll just tell you that right now. The only reason I have it up here is just I like to demonstrate simulation trading. Okay, but I don't use Brokers Plus. When I place all my ordering is done within Interactive Brokers. So if I wanted to take, let's take this Lian. I think I know what you mean. So let's say you wanted to take it at 353 if it got up there. So 300 shares, buy. I'm going to go stop limit. I'm going to put that in here. Say 350. I think I do it here too. I might be doing it wrong. And we'll see. Send. Yeah. Okay. So now I got this. If it gets up to 350, I'll take the trade. Okay. So I rail against this every day. Well, not every day. I don't often have to demonstrate this, but I just don't find it intuitive enough. But if you saw what I did, so I clicked how many shares first, click the buy, click stop limit, put that in, put the price in both of these boxes, and then click the send order, and there it is. So if it gets up to that price of 350, it'll take the trade. Well, it won't matter. I mean, I'm sure I can just move this down as long as it's above. Maybe you can't move it down. Well, it shouldn't matter. I mean, I picked 350. As long as it's above the current price, it shouldn't matter. But I'll get rid of it just to prove to myself that that's correct. So I will do the same thing again. Okay, so I'm going to buy 300 shares. Click buy. Stop limit. I'll put 320. Oh, I'll leave it at 322. It's just above. Send it. Okay, so there it is. That I don't know. It should be the same, but that I don't know, Sam. It should be the same. See, now it just executed the trade. I was selecting stop limit, wasn't I? Ah, okay. Wow, fast morning. Lots of questions. Love the questions. Okay, the other thing is, obviously, if you do want to create your own scans from scratch, you can. If I right click configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I click on search. So these are all the real-time alerts that we have, starting off right at the top with the new high of the day and the new low of the day. All right. If I scroll down, these are the filter icons that we have. So please don't get hung up, especially if you're going to take the test drive. Don't think you have to learn all of them. You don't have to learn all of them. Okay. I use just a handful of them. That's it. The reason we have so many is that company felt that when the company started over 20 years ago, they thought most people would not want. Ah, got it. Sorry, guys. I was in this true earlier. Oh well. Um, It felt most people would not want to have to learn how to create or learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters, okay, so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Now, if you don't, if you want it for some reason, oh yeah, but I want the change in 8 minutes. I'm sorry, we don't have it. Okay. So let me try to understand your question. Are you talking about if you actually use Interactive Brokers, you go into Interactive Brokers and make your trade, will it appear in this chart? No. It's only one way. We can link with Interactive Brokers and it goes that way to Interactive Brokers, but not reverse. Oh, this one was a really nice one. This is what got me out of the trade right there. That little pop up here. I was short this true, and but it just moved higher, so I basically got out flat. Now look at it, a little bit early. All right, guys, see what time is it now? 11:26. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. IBRX, guys, let's take a look at IBRX. A big day right now. Big day. Low float, 13 million. See if there's any news on resubmitting bladder cancer therapy application to FDA. Okay. Now, looking left, the next high, 204. Okay, now look at that true. You'd have to, I don't think there's any huge delay. Okay. Listen, the only reason, I mean, like Interactive Brokers is not a pretty looking program. Okay. I mean, it looks like it's from the 1990s. I don't care. Okay. All I care about is fast execution. I've been using it for in the same format for 7 or 8 years now. So I don't get too hung up on how pretty the thing looks. All I know is that, when it goes into my order entry, I place the order and it works. Now, there are people that like to use Brokerage Plus right here because, I guess it's more attractive looking. I don't think there's no big huge advantage to using it. I think it's just it's a more pleasing experience perhaps, but I don't think there's no advantage of using it in my opinion. I may be wrong. Anybody who's using Brokerage Plus connected to IB, you can tell me. Yeah, I mean, it's just been using it for so long, that I don't, it's just to me, these brokerage platforms that they're commodities. That's all they are, and I'm just so used to using Interactive Brokers and their order entry. It just doesn't even. I don't even think about it. Thank you. So Pepe is saying it's virtually instantaneous. So if you link Brokerage Plus with your Interactive Brokers account, then he is saying it is virtually instantaneous. Okay. Coin, hear the news. Coin, hear the news. Okay. So what are they saying? Maybe it's not going to happen now. I do think that this would, I mean, having to click the buy and then the send. But yeah, I mean, this is prettier. Is it prettier looking? Sure. So the only hotkeys are these, okay? I don't want to call you liar. Lior. I'm going to call you Lior. So the only hotkeys are the flatten, half, and double. So a flatten gets you out of a trade. So if you're in a series of trades, if you highlight whatever you want to get out of, you flatten it, or you could get out of half your position, or you could double your position. Okay, those are the only hotkeys we have. Okay. Another word about the simulator is that if you take a trade and then you don't exit it at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading. Okay. So if I don't exit this at the end of the day, it'll carry over to tomorrow. So if you want to practice swing trading using our simulator, and to use our simulator, all you need is our standard service. So if you don't, and you don't need a broker. Okay, if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, and you should practice trading if you're just starting out. Don't start trading, with a live account until you've practiced. And all you have to do, and again, only available for using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, this is not available. You just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. You may have different column headers. And then this is what you would see. It would probably say not connected. And then underneath Brokerage Plus, two options. One's live, one's sim. Live is if you have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can connect to it. Otherwise, click on Sim for simulation, paper trading. Now, if it doesn't turn to simulator in this box, it might say account. If it says account, click on it and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator, okay? Now you can practice trading. And it's simple, you just click on an alert. The symbol should show up right there. Pick how many shares you want to trade. You can either pick from the list. You can either pick from the list. Oops, pick from the list. Pick from the list, or put the amount. You can trade in the pre-market. Yeah, you have to go in limit order, just like every other broker. You have to go a limit order. You can't go in at market. So just like any other broker, has to be a limit order. In the simulator. Yeah, same. But again, it has to be a limit order. It cannot be just like every broker out there. This is not a limitation in Brokerage Plus. All pre-market orders have to be limit orders. Unless there's some broker out there that I don't know about that allows market orders. They usually do not want to, because the market order could be very injurious to you. You could get a spread of some crazy number, and you go in at market order unknowingly, and you get filled at a way higher price than you should have. So what does that mean, Rob? Does that mean that it is not going to happen now, or as we move to another website, is that why coin is dropping? Because all these rumors about BlackRock, and I mean this is just really this is bad. I mean, big rumor, yes. Now the rumor is no. Yeah, so I wouldn't even worry about the pre-market then. If you're in the kindergarten of trading, then don't even attempt to trade in the pre-market, okay? Pre-market trading is tricky. Well, I think he means he's just a beginner, Chad. Kindergarten of trading. I think he just means he's a beginner. Well, yeah, but it's not that simple, Leor. It's not that simple just to identify the stocks that are moving in the pre-market and then when the market opens, start trading them. I wish it were. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit, because you get a lot of stocks in the first 15 minutes that go up, down, up, down, up, down, and I used to do it just like everybody else. The market would open. I'd say, yeah, I want this one. And too many times getting beaten up. So I like to just sit out that first 15 minutes. And will I miss a stock that just runs and runs and run? Yes. But you know, stocks don't a lot of stocks just don't do that. Sure, the odd stock will just run and run and run right from the beginning, but if you're new to trading, I mean, I really suggest, in fact, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes, but I really suggest that you take a look at. Okay, Rolex. If you click on my homepage link, if you're new to trading, Michael Noss, who will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes, he put this together. It's a series of videos, Trading 101. Okay, I really recommend that anybody who's new to trading, take a look at this. It's free. Peter, you are saying that Fidelity allows market orders in the pre-market? I'm very surprised that they do, but yeah, I didn't think so. I think you're confusing it, Peter. I'm not saying no market orders. We're talking about no market orders in the pre-market, okay, before 9:30 Eastern. Just getting confirmation from some people saying no, they don't. I don't know of any broker that allows it, and it's for your safety because you get some wicked spreads in the pre-market, and if you just go in at the market, you could get some stock that's bid 15, ask 18. I'll make it really exaggerate. You go in at the market, you could get a fill at 18. You're already down $3. Well, I think it's an SEC rule. I don't know. I don't know. You guys are asking me questions. I don't know who made the rule that you can't do it, but it does seem like a good rule. Okay, guys, it is now 11:41. So I just don't want to do a confirmation that it'll be Michael in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Is RHI a earnings play real? Let's take a look at RHI. Robert, I was, this is a crazy, Robert Half International. Where's the other half? I know, corny. Um, yeah, it's an earnings play. Is there a relationship between the share price and the spread? Well, yeah, I mean, this is RHI. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your bid ask, 70.68. Well, it changes, of course. And there's your spread. So I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, there's the trading of it, and there's the spread. So there was a relationship. I mean, just trying to find something that has like a bad spread. See, look at this. Here's Mattel, right? Great spread, penny. You want to buy the stock right now, you'd have to pay 20.01. You want to buy it right now, okay? That's fine. Bid ask, here's 20.02. But what if that said 20.01 on the bid and 20.30, okay, on the ask? If you want that stock right away, you'd have to, there's a way in Interactive Brokers that you might get a fill in between, but you'd have to go in at the ask if you want an immediate. So if that said 1998, $20.30, your bid ask, you'd have to go in at 2030 and so typically your P&L, because if you wanted to sell that immediately, you could only sell at the bid. So you'd have a 30-cent loss immediately. If I'm not saying you'd sell it immediately, but that's what it would look like, at least on most typical P&Ls. Not necessarily, they have less spread. It all depends on how much I mean, obviously, knowing stocks like Apple and Amazon and Netflix and all. First of all, I mean, the spread, let's take a look at Apple as an example. But it really depends on the float, how much is in the float, but here's 15 billion in the float. The spread is yeah, it's a penny for Apple, but it's not 100% that a more expensive stock will have like a 1 cent spread or a very narrow spread, not 100%, no. There you go. Limit orders are required per the SEC. That is one SEC regulation I agree with. Not that they care. Okay, so just confirmation, Michael will be in our YouTube room in about 14 minutes. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in. Michael, again, is not there yet, but when he gets there, you can head over and listen to Michael. And remember, Michael will hammer the point home. You must have a trading plan before you start trading. Depends what you mean by that. Can you program a scan to scan on multi? Okay, so those are filters. So, well, as long as we have the filter, the data, okay. Now I can tell you that I don't think for the intraday that we have that data. I mean, we can certainly show you stocks that are near the 200-day moving average. Yes, easy enough. But near the 10-day on a 15-minute time frame, also. Yeah, I don't think we don't have that sort of we don't have that data point. So in that particular case, you can't. But you remember now, all the filters that we have, these are all ands. Whoops, let me get rid of that. These are all ands. So what do I mean by that? Well, let me do this. This is the let me get rid of this. So these filters are all and. So the stock has to be between 1 and 100, and the current volume is 3, and. Okay. So when you're saying near the 200-day, we could do that as a filter, but we don't have a filter near the 10-day on a 15 or 30-minute. But it's just you have to work with the data that we have. Whereas the alerts are ORs. So now in all of my scans, except for one, I think, I only have one alert in each one of my scans. But if I had several alerts, maybe like a new 5-minute high, and so these would be ORs. So if all the filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day or a new 5-minute high, I would get a real-time alert. Okay, so all the alerts are ORs. So if you had a bunch of them, then you would get an alert every time one of the alerts. Well, if all the filter values were met and one of your alerts triggered, the alerts are ORs, if that makes sense. These are all ands. Everything has to be satisfied here before you get an alert, a real-time alert. No, we cannot. You cannot do that, Chad. Okay, you can only deal with the data points that we have. Well, you know what? Let me see. Let me see. I don't. I might be. And Michael will be able to help you if it's the case. Before I open my mouth on that one. Okay, so here are some data points that we do have. Okay, I was a little bit wrong. If you can find the data point that you're looking for. Okay, here's the SMA2 5 periods, SMA5 5 period, 15. So here are the data points that we have. So you can, and it would require a custom just to show you the stocks that are near one of these or above it. I can give you this. You can take a look at these are the data points in which you can create new filters by combining some of these data points. Again, this is an advanced topic. I would say that 0.5%, if that, of our customers do this. But you can take a look at them. So in other words, though, if you, for instance, here is the SMA 200, SMA 50, SMA 20. If you said, yeah, but I want the SMA 150, we don't have it. You can't create a formula and plug it in. If we don't have the data point, then you cannot, create a formula with something that we don't have. On that page, Lior. But if you're new, Lior, I wouldn't overcomplicate this. If you're new to trade ideas, if you're new to all this, I would not overcomplicate it by trying to look at creating custom formulas and all that. I would get most of the formulas or most of the alerts and filters that we created, satisfy 99% of our customers. So I would not overwhelm yourself with trying to figure out this formula editor, how am I going to create a custom formula? Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement here. Not on a break yet, just waiting for Michael to show up. I'm going to disagree with you there, Leor, okay? It's always good to know more, but get the basics down first, okay? I mean, I'm not saying never, but I would get the basics down first. Otherwise, it's just all right. Come on, you little. Just like I say, when I go in my preamble at the beginning, people get hung up on, well, look at all these alerts you've got, and then look at all these filters you've got. How can I possibly learn them all? Yeah, I don't have to. Okay. The only reason we have so many is that, instead of having to learn a programming language, we try to create enough different alerts and filters. The majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay. I mean, it's okay to, scan through and I wonder what that one means, wonder what that one means, but you don't have to learn them all. I use all since 2010, since I've been a subscriber of Trade Ideas, I just use a handful of them. But that suits my trading style. I think the people that maybe can take advantage of a custom formula are those who have a trading style already, and they're coming into Trade Ideas and wondering, can they use their trading style? Are there built-in filters, or can something be created? But they already have a real knowledge about what they're trying to do. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason, and it's all saying, look how many indicators. I've got the 200-day moving average on my chart. That's it. Now I may be at the extreme. I don't care for a lot of indicators. I know where the 200-day moving average is. I know where the VWAP is. For me, that's all I have to know. For me, when I first started out, I had my charts looked, well, they were just so filled with lines and squiggles, and because people would say, well, you must have the MACD and the RSI and the stochastic and the CCI and the this and the that. And sure, but eventually I said, you know what? It just got way overcomplicated for me, way overcomplicated. So I started reducing, reducing, and reducing. And so now I'm a minimalist. Well, you can ask Michael about the mobile alerts. And I know the pat answer is that they're coming, but All right, guys, just waiting for Michael to show up. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, do I think that GM is a good bounce potential? Well, let's take a look. If you ask that question of Michael, he would say, well, does it meet your trading plan? Right now, I don't see it. I mean, right now it's drifting down, so I don't see it. I know it's an earnings play. It's below yesterday's close. It's drifting down. So right now, I don't see it as a bounce candidate. It would have to get over about 29.38, I think, for it to be a good one. But well, look at the Xerox and look at this CALX, two fabulous ones that I'm not in on the short side. Meanwhile, this IBRX is having a bit of a lift here. Not a bit of a lift. Look at this. Wow. Saw this one. Where do we see this one? Just underneath 2, I think. And there's that little pop. That means Michael's there. So guys, Michael is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And now I can talk to Mr. Michael Noss himself.
Himself, the man, the myth. What's going on?
And there you go. Well, you can have a little discussion with Marty, who says, I'm not buying much into a trading plan talk. Random performs almost as good as trading plans if you use risk management. On that note, Michael, I'm going to leave you to that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you in about an hour.
Yeah, have a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, for that comment, that's the trading plan. So glad you agree. Right. The trading plan is the let's try this again. It said no to that screen. Let's share. Can't access your screen. That's interesting. That didn't do that last time. Let's try this again. Present. Share screen. Let's try that one. Okay, so it's fine with the web version, but not the download it. Okay, well, we'll figure that out. Maybe let's just do this, and we can use the web version for now. But yeah, so I'm glad that person wholeheartedly agrees with trading plan, because the risk management part of that would be the trading plan. So great minds think alike and agree with each other on things like that. So I like that. And yeah, I agree. I actually did a video on my YouTube channel where I took a follower's trading plan, just random, and took it and beat one of those Forex challenges in like 3 weeks. And yeah, the idea was the same. I do agree that entries could be nearly random if as long as you have a trading plan that has risk management. So I'm going to try one more thing here. Will you share that? No. Okay. I don't know what's going on. But so we are on the web version today, which is fine because I'm liking the web version a lot. It just means we are on the web version. Here. Yeah, okay. No idea what's going on, but adapt, adopt, and improvise. So let me grab the chat here, make sure I can see all that. I can have a little area for you guys. Push you over to the screen. There, okay. You guys living on that screen, and this is living on this screen, and now all is right in the world. So I'm just okay. So I usually give this speech right off the bat, but a little technical difficulties that I'm sure we'll get around, or that we have gotten around. Oh, I have something else I could try here too. Let's move that, and then we'll move this, and we're going to try one more thing here. Present or screen share. Let's just try doing that entire screen. Nope. Okay. It's just mad today. So it's fine. There we go. So yeah, so apologize for technical issues. But yeah, what we do every day around this time, we give Barry some much needed time off. We open up the chat to live Q&A, where we're just going to chat about trade ideas, about the market, whatever you guys want to talk about. This is an hour just for you. So I'm going to scroll in to kind of right before I got here to see if there are any questions, but please ask questions, because we, generally speaking, don't have a lot prepared, because we are making sure that we have time to answer all of your questions. So I'm actually going to, generally speaking, while I wait for questions, I do a little bit of my own homework. I don't focus on the market in the morning. My trading plan has stuff in the I generally do stuff on the close. So I don't really look for someone I want to see how the candle closed. So I usually start scanning the market really anytime around this time to after the market. I don't really want to get kind of chopped around one way or the other. So I haven't really seen what the market's doing. And the answer is not a lot. Moved up here, a little bit of a topping tail yesterday, but plenty of day left to either push lower, push higher. I'd say if we close lower today, that's probably going to be a pretty bad sign overall, but working off a little bit of an oversold condition here. When you create a trading strategy and back test it, do you find the efficiency to be reliable going forward? So that's a big question that I'll definitely answer, but just know that that's a really big question. That's like something that one could teach an entire course about. So the short answer is yes. The long answer is it's entirely up to you, right? So you could build and backtest a strategy that looks absolutely perfect, and then never make money in the real world, right? And that has to do with a lot. And if you're interested in getting into kind of quantitative kind of investing and stuff, I would take a look at curve fitting, right? Just Google curve fitting and all the information that you'll find there. But yeah, so I could look and I could say, hey, what if you bought Apple on a Thursday when it was above its 32 period moving average and the RSI was 79.5, right? Or really, really precise generally meaningless things, and optimize to have a wicked win rate. Could totally do that, and then it would never make any money in the market ever again. Um, so that's why, just like with anything, there's an art and a science to it in trading. So you want to avoid curve fitting, and you want to make sure that what you're doing makes sense in the market, which is why I think it's very important to learn at least the basics of trading, and learn a little bit of trading yourself before you get into the quantitative side of things, because it's very important that when you're building these strategies, you're constantly asking yourself, hey, is this thing that I'm adding to my trading strategy, does it make sense at all? Is one way to make sure that you're avoiding curve fitting. Another way is, how precise are you, or do you have to make that individual strategy, right? If you have to make that strategy very, very precise, then I think you have a problem, right? So if you have to go through and so what I say by that, if you have to go through and you have to go, okay, I want to make sure that, again, like I talked about, these very precise indicators for, this moving average is a very specific moving average, and it works if the stock is over this moving average but not any others. That doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Or I had a client once send a strategy where it was a 5-minute day trading scalping strategy, but it only worked if the quarterly earnings growth was greater than 5%, and anything other than that, it fell apart. Well, then you got to ask yourself, you got to sit there and logically say, does it make any sense at all that the quarterly earnings growth on a stock would make a difference in the price over the next 5 minutes? Right? Logically, no. So then if you have that as part of your trading strategy, you probably want to remove that. So always think of that. And again, if it gets more and more precise, and it's got like 50 different indicators, or even 10 different indicators in the strategy, then it's probably bad. So a couple ways to avoid that. Again, make sure everything makes sense as yourself as a trader. Make sure you're dealing with enough data that it makes sense, right? You don't have like 10 trades in your back test. I'll talk about why in a second. And then, yeah, lastly, if the 8-period moving average doesn't mean anything, but the 10-period moving average does, then it's probably not a robust strategy, right? If you have to get very, very specific with things, and it's not a robust strategy. So the reason for the lot of data, I think, makes a lot of sense, just to say, hey, flip a coin 5 times and then tell me the win rate. You cannot get to the point in which you flip a coin 5 times and you can tell me an accurate win rate. You just can't, right? Mathematically, right? Flipping coins 50-50, win rate for, the 5 isn't going to get there. And there's studies done, and these are very easy. You can run one of these in Excel yourself, but to try to say, okay, how many coin flips do I need in order to get that accurate representation of 50%? Because we all know that if you flip a coin, you have a 50-50 chance, heads or tails. How many times do I need to actually flip a coin in the real world so I get an accurate representation? And the answer is in the thousands, right? You get a approximate value, but you won't get an exact value. You'll get something that's like, maybe 70% if you do it with 10 flips, and then maybe you'll get 60% if you do it with 100 flips, and then maybe you'll get like 55 or something if you do it with 1,000 flips. So you have to get to, like, I think it's like 10,000 flips before you have something that is statistically insignificant from the real answer. So those are the kind of big things that I see people come in and they say, "Oh, right, I built this strategy, but it doesn't work in the real world." And I take a look at it; it's overfitted in one of those areas, right? So, um, so make sure you're testing everything robustly, and then make sure before you are applying this to the real world, you then forward test it. And forward testing is just a fancy way of saying testing in real time. right? So that's one of the reasons. That's why one of the reasons we have Brokerage Plus, which you can hook up to fake money. What I would do if I built, and I have some automated strategies I run, but first it goes to testing them and saying, is this something that makes sense? If it is, then now I should be able to apply it into Brokerage Plus and paper mode and run it. And it should perform as well in the real world as it did in the back test. And if it doesn't, then hey, I know something is up with my strategy and I have to go back to the drawing board. And then after it gets to the point where it works in the real world, I don't think you then just immediately go full ham with it, right? I think you apply a very small position sizing to it just to make sure there's no slippage, fill issues, things like that. And then after that, then you slowly size up into a real strategy. Because if you've built a very robust strategy, it will stand the test of times. Last thing is beware of anything that looks too good, right? If you have something that has a win rate of 80% and a risk reward of 2 or 3 and it has a profit factor of like 10, you shouldn't be happy. You should be very skeptical. And this is something that will just come from testing over time. If anything looks good, if it looks too good to be true, it is, right? And you're not going to invent something that is 90% accurate and is just going to print money every day or every week. If you have an equity curve that is too smooth, that has no drawdowns and anything like that, you've probably invented something that's curve fit. And those are just easy ways to look at it, right? If it looks too good to be true, it definitely, most certainly is. And it's time to move on to something else. You don't think someone wanting higher risk rewards are better styles and setups than random? I don't know. I don't get that question, Chad, but I was disagreeing with Marty that he loves that he totally agrees with my trading plan idea, which just basically states that it doesn't really matter too much what it is that you're trading. It's that you have a trading plan so you can really, really work on the risk reward and apply proper risk management. So me and Marty were just agreeing there on that. Twigs money flow. Well, I bet you I'm going to say the same thing where Twigs money flow. I bet you it's not magic. I bet you if it was, you would never hear about it. So it looks like it's a variation of chalk-in money flow, which is a variation of regular money flow. Twigs money flow math. Remember, all indicators are built based off of just trying to figure out how it's calculated. But all indicators are lagging to price action, right? We're just trying. Okay, so Twigs money flow formula. True range high. High yesterday's closing. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's just saying if the market's up, add the volume. If the market's down, subtract the volume, and then smooth that with a moving average. So yeah, it's nothing magic. It certainly won't make anyone rich or anything. But if it's something that works, then and you have a trading strategy around it, then go nuts. So the market's rolling over here a bit. FXI is doing amazingly, this is our Chinese index. In what time frame of SPY to compare the stock for the day? I have no idea. You'll have to break that down a little bit more for me. I apologize. I don't know what you mean there. Like, I won a prize at Wealth 365 and going through their training. Pretty good. John, never heard of him. They use twigs for their swings. Well, great if they have a trading strategy that works for them. I like just right. It's all math, right? That's one of the things is as soon as you demystify indicators for yourself, the better you'll be, right? This is the math behind twigs, right? So there's nothing wild here at all. So it's just math. So it's whether or not this math is allocated or showing you something that looking at price action wouldn't be. But yeah, all it's doing is saying, hey, I'm going to add points or whatever if it's up on volume, and I'm going to subtract points if it's down on volume, and then in the just make that an oscillator basically, right? So to me, it seems like Twigs money flow is really not much different from the regular money flow index that we have built into Trade Ideas. Again, I don't know why I can't show the downloaded version, but that's just something that's kind of breaking me. Archon Wealth. Yeah, and again, so what you'll notice if you study with a bunch of different traders is they all have a system. And my argument is that their system is good and it works for them because they've spent a lot of time studying and they understand the ideas behind it. There is no magic, right? Because there just cannot be the way the stock market works, right? It just can't. It cannot exist. The market is a self-correcting mechanism. So, if the easiest way I think to describe the self-correcting mechanism is that if, say, every single October, every single day on October 21st, the market shot up. Every time, October 21st, every time the market shot up on that day. Well, what's going to happen? Over time, people are going to discover that. They're going to start buying on October 20th. Why wouldn't you? You buy a day before, you sell on the 21st. That happens great. Well, then what's going to happen if everybody in the market starts buying the day before? Well, that means that now October 20th, the market shoots up. And on 21st, everybody's waiting to sell. So you have a bunch of sell orders pushing the market down. So the fact that something exists prominently enough means that will get destroyed. And it's just the way the market works, right? So generally speaking, what you'll find with people's trading styles is they find something. Like for me, it's relative strength and anchored VWAP and things like this that works for them and gives them a very, very slight edge. And then on top of that, which is what me and Marty were agreeing on there, is that it's all risk management, right? I like to buy pullbacks and uptrends. And the reason that I like to buy pullbacks and uptrends is that we know trends persist over time. So my job is to get the best risk reward that I possibly can on pullbacks or breakouts and uptrends. So like a trade I took yesterday was UEC as it broke this kind of 540 area. Now I know that there's roughly a 50-50 win rate that I'll be correct on this, but the way I do it is I'm wrong if it breaks the low of this candle. So my win rate on this one, if it continues for a couple days, will end up being greater than 50-50. And then just multiplying that out over time, right? That's the secret too. So I always encourage people to take whatever it is that they're whatever there is they're focused on in the market and make sure it's always focused on risk reward, right? Because that's the only kind of thing we can control. Sometimes breakouts like UEC will work great. This morning I looked like a genius because it was up like 3 or 4%. Now it looks like it's pulling back with the rest of the market, which is fine. But yeah, just over time, That's just gonna kind of be the way things work, right? And then, like, one trade that I got out of today that was great, amazing trade, was Pinduoduo, and I bought it because it pulled back to this prior high right here. So this is why I like to buy pullbacks and uptrends, because I bought it yesterday at the close of the day, and my stop was right under the low, and I exited most as we ran into this high this morning. Again, 50-50 shot, but I made about 2.5 times my risk on it. And again, that's my focus, right? I just think people's, you know, and it makes a lot of sense why, right? We hate being wrong. You just do. If you ever meet someone who's like a hardcore like conspiracy dude or something, like, there is people that still think Bed Bath and Beyond is going to come back. Like, there's still, if you go on Twitter right now, there's still people who have Bed Bath and Beyond stock who think that there's a shot they're making money off it, even though the company came out and said you're not making any money off this, even though every other bankruptcy in history, equity holders get wiped out and debt holders get penny on the dollar. Even, right, the company is saying, hey, we're not paying you anything, all the money's gone, and they'll find some thing they read on some message board somewhere. And it's, again, because humans really hate being wrong, so they'll make pieces of information that don't make any sense fit, so that they're correct, right? And I think it's the same thing with people trying to find like the magic series of indicators and price action and this and that and the other thing that will make them correct more often. Where, again, my argument is always, you will be roughly correct in the area of 50% to 70% of the time, and that your time is way better spent saying, hey, I'm going to really hammer in and focus on that risk reward, right? So, like Chad saying, if someone wants to do more than a 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, wouldn't choosing randomly. Again, it doesn't. My point is, it doesn't really matter, right? There are two things that we kind of know and have been empirically studied that have persisted over the last hundreds of years, and that is asset prices trend. They don't mean revert, right? Meaning that things generally will go in one direction for a period of time, and that um, uh, asset prices trend and that volatility mean reverts. So basically, periods of very tight volatility lead to periods of very long volatility, and vice versa. And those are the only two things that I can really point to, like, broad based academic studies. The rest of it, you're trying to get like very slight edges, right? Trading near support and resistance, trading near anchored VWAPs, right? These things might give you an extra 1 to 5% on your win rate. Right? Which, nothing wrong with that. Give me an extra 5% on my win rate and extrapolate that out over time. I'm very, very happy camper. But I just noticed I get a lot of questions of how do I do, um, how do I be right more often, whether I'm, looking at Reddit or whether I'm, talking to traders individually, newer traders. They're always focused on the how am I correct more often. I took this trade and it didn't work. Oh dear, right? And there's just not enough focus, in my opinion, on the um I have a 50-50 win rate. How do I get more out of my winners? And those, I think, are way better questions to ask, right? And that comes with recording your data and saying, would it be better just to go for a 2-to-1 risk reward, right? Put out your stop loss, put out your profit target and let it go. Or would it be better to trail, or how is your trades, how does that kind of work? How do I day trade when I do? I rarely do. A lot of it is time constraints, and a lot of it is I know that I'm better at swing trading, but I will day trade, and I generally day trade when market conditions are unfavorable to swing trading, right? If the market's incredibly choppy or incredibly range bound, that's generally when I'll day trade. For me, I just know being able to hold over multiple days really just works with my mind better. Which again goes back to the rant of me and Marty totally agreeing on the importance of trading plans, making sure that it's something that kind of makes sense to you, so that you can really make sure that you're kind of milking the correct thing. So I just know, right? I just know myself. I know I am better off. Uh, I'm better off in the long run swing trading, first of all. But if I day trade, it's generally going to be the same thing. I am going to look for a stock in a trend. I'm going to look for it to pull back for an area of interest. And then I'm going to take a trade in the continuation of that trend, right? So I might go to the market scope or something here. And I may, uh, generally speaking, I'll zoom into 30-minute chart, maybe 15-minute chart, not much than that, not much crazier than that. And I'll scan through, and I'm looking for things because I have a 30-minute chart open that are in multi-day trends, but are now pulling back to some area of importance or consolidating to breakout. So let's just do change from the open and just see. Right, so this LAYN is consolidating here over the last hour and a half after a big push up. Obviously, nice little uptrend here, consolidating nicely. So I would look at this. I would go into maybe the weekly chart, the daily chart, make sure there's nothing like Barry always talks about. You look left and you make sure there's nothing kind of immediately in the stock's way. And then using kind of the concepts that I talked about before, that asset prices trends and volatility mean reverts, right? You had a nice trend on increased volatility off the open in the first maybe hour of the day. And then the last hour and a half or so, we consolidated. So a simple trade would be, hey, I'm going to maybe buy it over this, like say 350 area, stop under 3, and see if I could get 2 times my risk. So could it get to 450 as a possibility, right? And again, that's just an example, but generally speaking, that's going to be it. Like this HUYA, I think has been up. No, I thought that was up a couple days in a row. I thought I saw it here a few times. And then I try not to oversimplify, because again, the edge of a trading strategy will be you studying and doing the same kind of trading strategy over and over again for a long period of time, because that's when you'll discover the idiosyncrasies. Hey, I noticed that when this happens, there's a better chance that it breaks to new highs. Like maybe, oh, I noticed that when relative volume's high, there's a better chance of this second leg breakout strategy or whatever. It really comes down to the human discretion on top of the day trading, or on top of the trading strategy. Otherwise, the strategy could be just fully systematized and just left alone, right? So the edge is, hey, what is my edge over this? And generally speaking, it's milking that. And again, this comes from someone who has the honor to talk to a lot of traders. I'm on Trader TV a lot. I've been down to their offices a lot. I hang out with some of their top traders and chatting with them. And it's funny, you'll see all of them, they just have a little niche. There's one guy on there who trades futures into the close, and that's all he does. And he makes a bunch doing it, because basically he's just found a couple things that he looks for. He spends the day mostly at the gym, and then he kind of comes in for the close and he marks some levels that maybe he's noticed on the market, and then he's waiting for that kind of closing frenzy of options orders filling and imbalances and that kind of stuff, and he's just looking to make a couple points here or there, and away he works, right? No, mobile alerts were not looking. We don't have right now. We're looking to build those. The idea is, this, right, the website you're seeing right now works on mobile, so you can bring this up on your phone and then go from there. And then eventually, what we're going to do, depending on whether you're on iOS or Android, but iOS has built in a feature. I think it's coming in a few months where web apps will be able to send notifications. So as soon as they build that in, we're going to have the ability for price alerts and that kind of stuff to get pushed. So the idea is, right, this is a web app, is that eventually I'll be able to mark that, say, 345 area that we were talking about, and then put my phone down. And if it hits that, it will send a push notification to my phone and say, yeah, here you go, right? So in the future, when you build an algo, do you define the parameters from your strategies? Well, yeah, you have to, right? So now algo should be a strategy. The wrong way to build an algo is just to start throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what's fixed. The right way to build an algo is to have a trading strategy that you have and that you trade, and then uh, trying to define that after the fact and saying, okay, well, um, I've noticed that opening range breakouts work for me. Right? That's the right way is to say, hey, stock gaps up, and then I look for an opening range breakdown, and I short it, and I've done that for 6 months, and I've kind of, I've recorded my trades. I know, hey, it works well in this scenario. Maybe if the gap's over a certain size or whatever as well. And then as soon as you have that data, then yeah, you're putting it into the system and you're back testing it. That's how an algo is created. Right. But it's important that you have something first. Again, the problem a lot of people have is they say, well, I'm just going to open up a alert window and hit the back test button and then refine it and away I go. And just, again, that will not work. You have to do the work, and the work is sitting there and figuring out um, all of the refinements from it, right? I use the back tester. Would be a help. What time of day? Again, you can back test to find out what times a day. When he said you're on the trial, the test drive that's coming, so you'll be able to do that. What time of days work? But again, you need to have everything else built in, right? You need to know all of these possibilities, right? Now, I will say, generally speaking, depending on what it is you're looking for, the opening or the close is going to have the most possibilities because that's when markets move the most. So, which is why I think we started this. I talked about how I mainly swing trade. I don't even look at the market on the open. It's because that craziness, which is maybe great for day traders, is not that good for swing traders. So yeah, it's I think people who have bad experiences algo trading are the people that are using algo trading as an excuse not to do the work, to be blunt. Right? People think, oh, if I just clang a bunch of buttons together, then all of a sudden I'm going to have a trading strategy that I can sit back and do absolutely nothing and go golfing and it will make money for me. And it's the same problem we have with people with the AI who say, "Oh, well, this is an AI," and it's what the AI is doing is it's using a machine learning engine to run these back tests for you and say, "Well, all I have to do is follow this and I'll make a bunch of money." It's the market is amazing at separating lazy people from its money. If you talk to any trader who's been trading for any length of time, they'll tell you it's a lot of um it's a lot of work, a lot of self discovery, a lot of discipline, a lot of tweaking your strategies. First thing I always say to traders who are learning or having a hard time is, where are you documenting every single trade you make? And if the answer is, I'm not documenting every single trade you make, it's like, well, then you're not working, right? That's the work, right? The actual act of trading is just hitting a couple buttons. It's not work, right? The work is the journaling and refining strategies. And a lot of people think they just watch enough YouTube through osmosis, they'll be able to pick up and learn to trade. And it's not that either. It's you trade, and that takes up 10% of your time. And then it's all the other 90% of your time, which is journaling and back testing. And back testing doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do it programmatically. It could just mean that you scroll back through charts and look at what would happen if you perform the same setup over and over again. That's the work. And the problem is most people don't want to do the actual work. They just want to hit buttons, right? So I watched all the videos you have on trade ideas. You certainly did not. There is like 1,000. I'm trying to look. There's a couple thousand videos on this channel. I don't think it's technically possible for a human being to watch all the videos that are on this channel. Yeah, I've scrolled down now past 150 videos, and I'm only 4 months back, and this channel's been live for 20 years. So I think less than how many videos of trade ideas can I watch. It's what do you want to learn about trade ideas, and then maybe I can point you in the right direction, because there are literally, I think there's like 4. You just go the channel you're on. You just go trade ideas. Click on the videos, right? I can share this link right here and just start scrolling down. Oh, if you're talking about the trading course, then the course is that 39 lessons and you're done. Um, I have my own channel. I'll grab for you if you want to see more of my content. There's a bunch on there, but you just mentioned trade ideas, and there's just tons. I think we put out like 4 or 5 videos a day. Right? So there's a lot of content, never ending content, to the point where I'm like, I don't think so. That's my channel. I don't think consuming the content is the move. I think the targeted content is the move, because you could, again, it's been around for 20 years. I think there's videos on the channel from 20 years ago. Those ones probably aren't going to be relevant to today, because things push and move as time goes on. Right, so my thoughts on the market. I, I was on a Twitter Spaces last night, and I said this, and I think it's still going to be true. There's like everybody in the entire world is watching this 420 level on the SPY. The whole planet is like sitting and waiting for what's going to happen for 420 on the SPY. And I always say that it's the more a area is watched, the more the more BS, I guess, for lack of a better term, they'll be around this level. That, and then if you zoom out, right, everyone's looking for, and I think this is a problem with new traders as well, who are used to either bear markets or bull markets. Right? The market either goes up or the market goes down. But there are these third kind of markets that a lot of people aren't used to because they generally only happen in higher interest rate environments, and that are sideways, choppy mess of a market. So, from a long term point of view, I think that that's what's happening, is that we're just in this long term choppy mess, and we'll probably continue to be in this long term choppy mess. And then from a shorter term point of view, I think that the same kind of thing, right? So I think we're probably not going to new lows, and we're probably not going to new highs any time in the next couple months anyway. And then for this daily chart, I don't think we're breaking 400, and I don't think we're breaking 440 for any length of time. So I just see a lot of chop, which is fine. Just means you need to change around it. Excuse me 1 second, guys. I gotta do something here. Okay, now let me check, make sure I didn't break anything there. Apologize. It looks like my audio, Elgato. Okay, I think everything's working there. My laptop was just unplugged, the little thing against the wall, so I just go plug it in. Thank you for your content with you and Jess. I appreciate it. We had fun doing that intro series. We may do something more in the future, but I thought that intro series was a great way. And I'll grab it here for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about. This is something that Trade Ideas helped me put together during the quarantine, where we built this intro to trading series that goes over all of the absolute basics in a very... Oh, I got to change the header to that. Yeah, we went through this long 39 lesson video series that they're actually turning into blog posts as well. So they'll be those blog posts will be up on the website if you want more information. But yeah, we just went through kind of, here's the basics of the market, and change that. Hopefully that doesn't break what I just sent you guys. But yeah, so 39 lessons, starts with what is a stock, goes into advanced technical analysis, trading plan building, all that kind of stuff. The idea is that there's a lot of content out there, just like I talked about. There's like thousands of videos in the Trade Ideas YouTube. I have hundreds of videos on my YouTube. There's a lot of content out there. But so what I thought the advantage of that would be is consolidating all of that content, and consolidating in a way that basically using Jess as the sounding board, which is my wife, and she's a dental hygienist and doesn't really trade. Quite honestly, been trying for a long time to get her interested. Not super interested either, but a good, I guess, sounding board for what a very new person would be. As someone like myself who's been in this industry for such a long period of time, sometimes it's easy to kind of talk as assuming that there's certain things that are known that may not be known, right? So that's the idea behind that. So yeah, and we talk about a lot of the things I think that I've talked about already in this lesson about how, it's about creating a trading plan and talking about the potential win rate of strategies and over a little bit of different things and back testings and so yeah, the idea is if you are very new, sit down and go through those 39 lessons. They're video lessons, so you can crank them up on 2 times speed. If you're, if you're like me, you watch everything on 2 times speed. And then by the end of that, you should have a very basic understanding of fundamental analysis, technical analysis, statistical analysis, all of these, the importance of a trading plan. I went through some probabilistic theory about market trends, that kind of stuff. And then after that, you should be, because the last couple lessons, we actually build a trading plan from scratch. You should be good to go to then sit down and say, okay, now I'm going to build my trading plan. And then that's when the work happens, right? The boring, boring, boring work. If anyone tells you trading is exciting, they are lying, or they're trading in a way that they will blow up at some point. I
Trading is
can't.
exciting.
Whoa, Perry, out of nowhere, scared me.
Well, you told me, you said that anybody tells you that trading is exciting, they're lying. Come on, Michael.
There, or
Trading is exciting. Doesn't mean you're making money, but it's exciting.
well, yeah. I
Yeah.
guess if you YOLO, but if it's exciting, it won't be exciting for long, right? Because that means you're probably YOLOing large amounts of money into things, and
You know
eventually
what
it's going to get you.
okay, I know we're kind of kidding here, but to me, the exciting part of what I do, not what you do, because you have this very methodical way, and I'm methodical, but I wake up and you are the same way, because you wake up every morning and you're not 100% sure what you're going to do. And that's what I find exciting. When I say what you're going to do, what you're going to see, I never know from day to day what stock is going to be the one, or what, the two or three stocks are going to be the one. To me, I find that kind of exciting. And then trying to figure out a way, well, how do I trade this to make money? That to me is sort of the excitement factor that keeps it
Yes, and not
fresh
to,
every single day.
not to nitpick, but I would define that as trading is interesting, right? Exciting, I mean, like, you know what I mean,
Okay.
like your heart rate's pumping as if you're um you're about to enter a ring, or you're going downhill on a luge or something like that. I like it, yeah, and that's why I'm still doing this stuff, because I find it interesting, where it's like
Okay.
you
Okay.
basically, I get up every morning and I solve a puzzle that's ever changing, an ever changing puzzle, and that's I find that very interesting. But yeah, I'm neither running around the house super exciting, hooting and hollering when I win, and I'm not like a super depressed bum when I lose. And I think a lot of that, A, is just experience over time, and then B, it's proper risk management, right?
Yeah. So I think that's how you answered. Was it Marty or Chad or somebody who said, I don't believe in a plan. I just believe in having risk management. And then you said, well, that's your plan, which is
Yeah, that's
true.
why I was like, I'm
Is it
glad
true?
we totally agree, because
Yeah.
yeah, your plan may say I am going to enter trades randomly and I'm going to target 2 times my risk. I'm like, might not be a very good plan, but that's a plan. And
Mhm.
sadly, that is more than a lot of traders that I know me and you see come in and out of these rooms and in and out of trade ideas, right? Is you have a plan. Your plan says I'm going to enter randomly. Fine.
Mhm.
Um, there was a study done. I've tried to find it. I can't find it, but I read the whole study where what they did is they took the 5-minute opening range of the NASDAQ or the QQQs. And if it broke the 5-minute opening range, they went long with a stop under the low. And if it broke down, they went short with a stop over the high. And they
Mhm.
targeted, I think, 3 times their risk. And
Mhm.
if you went back, and they did that for a lot of data, doing this with like intraday stuff, and they went back, I think, since the inception of the QQQ, which is the NASDAQ
Okay.
ETF,
Right.
which again, insane amounts of data. That would be 5-minute
Right.
candles going back that far. And it turned out to be a wildly profitable strategy. Now it had losing weeks and losing months. I think
Mhm.
it had one losing year. But in the
Mhm.
long run, that is pretty damn, like, no other filters at all, no
Right.
other, um, hey, I'm not going to do it if it's gapping, or I'm not going to do it if the opening range is super wide, again, no other thing. And then
No minimum
eventually,
volume, just nothing.
nothing.
What it a
Just,
break is a break is a break.
yeah, no relative volume, no nothing. And they just to prove that, yeah, you could pretty much do anything. That, it's trend following in nature because you're taking an opening range break,
Mhm.
and you're doing well with risk management because you're making more than you're losing. And yeah, over the long run, it was actually a really good strategy. And then what they did is they said, okay, well, what if we did it on the TQQQ or the SQQQ, which are these leveraged accounts? And it performed even better, of course, right? It just
Mhm.
leveraged those returns.
What about a different time frame? Like a 15-minute
Um,
break? Did they ever try it or just the
No,
5?
I think the point of the paper wasn't that this was a trading strategy
Mm.
that anyone would suggest. I think the
Right.
point of the paper was more to prove that that risk management was everything, because they
Mhm.
ran it with a couple of different scenarios. I think they ran it with a negative, like a 0.5 to 1 risk
Right.
reward, a 1 to 1, a 2 to 1, and a 3 to 1. And they just charted all these out, showing that as soon as you got to that, anywhere from like 2 to 1 to 3 to 1, it ended up being profitable because you only had to hit that a certain percentage of the time.
Sure.
And
And the problem would be if you did that, because you mentioned that they had like a year, 1 year. If you tried to do that, I mean, we're just kidding around here. If the
mhm,
first year is the losing year, that you're doing it,
yeah,
that would be the tough one,
well, and
because
that's
most people could
the
not last 10 years trying to do this. But yeah, it's interesting.
and yeah, again, the point just being that that's really uh, the be all end all was just, hey, so that it works, right? So now you can
Mhm.
take that and you can say, well, if it works for the QQQ, then it probably works for stocks. And right, if it works for stocks, then right, it's you can use a paper like that as, I think, a way to begin uh, a process of a trading strategy,
Mhm.
right? Where you're like, okay, yeah, here it is. Like, this is maybe the premise behind the day trading strategy. And then once there's some advantage there, you can kind of go from there. So this is the equity curve for the opening range of the QQQ. And then this is the equity curve up to 2023, is when it was published, of just buying and holding the QQQ. This back test starts in 2016, but I think they went further back as well. Just showing, again, not perfect, right? But
Mhm.
generally an upward sloping, and turn 25,000 into 200,000 over 16 to 23. So the
Mhm.
idea is, right, the idea is sometimes you have, I think there was some trailing stop component as well. But yeah, the idea is that it was wrong more often than it was right. If you look, this graph is just showing anything below this center line is a loser, a losing day, and
Mhm.
anything above this is a winning day. And you can see way more losers than winners. but ended up making money in the long run. So the idea is that you could just go through and you could take this and say, okay, well, opening range works. Now then let me build something on top of this data. And right, I would argue if a human being sat down and just said, I'm going to trade opening range breakouts on the cues, but then you got really good at studying when they worked, when they didn't, being able to get really good at refining entries, refining exits, stuff like this, then you could take
Mhm.
that and you could beat the pants out of it. So this is part of my argument to anyone who says, um, A, day trading is impossible. Here's just a simple run of the mill back test. And then B, saying that, it has to be super complex because this is not super complex in
Exactly.
any way, shape,
It's
or form.
interesting, Michael, because one of the AI strategies was a 15-minute opening range break, and I haven't seen that in seems like years, unless they got rid of it. But they try to obviously they try to optimize it overnight. And I know I used to see it every now and then, the 15-minute. I think it was the 15. Don't think it was the 5. Haven't seen that in years.
Well, but that's remember Neo, right?
Mhm.
The two Neo strategies, the breakout and breakdown, are both opening range systems as well.
Oh, is that the alert? The 15-minute opening range break or down? Is that actually the alert?
Yeah, so this was
Okay. I didn't know that.
part of the logic behind Neo was that if we know opening range breaks work, my idea was, well, I would surmise that opening range breakouts on gapping stocks with high relative volume, are going to work better. So yeah, that's the premise behind it, is that it buys an opening range break of gapping names, and we're working internally to continue to refine the AI
Mhm.
further. And it will be focusing pretty much entirely off of a lot of these basic concepts going forward. Part of the
What
problem
is
that
the range? What is the range break? Is it 10 minutes?
I
The
think
reason I
it's,
ask is
I'd have to look it up, but I think it's a 15-minute.
the reason I ask is that, I see some of the earliest alerts we get are 940. So for instance, excuse me, HXL was a breakdown short, which
So
according to
maybe
you
it's
is it,
a
and that's at 940. So maybe it is a 10-minute range break.
well, it could be a 5-minute, but remember the AI is always putting in filters that I don't. Um, I'm going to have more granular control of soon. I'm just looking this up for you.
But the actual alert itself,
Um,
I mean, the actual physical alert has to be, it can't be just a 50. If it's a
It can't
15,
be a
then you could
15.
not get,
It's gotta be the 5. But what I'm
five.
wondering
Okay.
is that does the yeah, it is the 5-minute. I just looked.
Okay. Okay.
My wonder is the AI maybe putting in a time filter, which I could
Ah,
totally understand if it says, "Hey,
because
doing
you
this
don't get
on."
anything before 940. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so
There's
what it may
nothing
do
before
is it may
940.
say, okay, on if you do this at minute 6, it doesn't seem to work out too well.
Right.
Maybe
Okay.
right, it wants to wait. And yeah, that was the whole premise behind Neo, was the concept that it wasn't this study because this study just came out, and this was something that I built Neo years ago at this point.
Hmm.
But the idea was, yeah, opening range breaks, generally speaking, have been studied to work. So let's take that and kind of extrapolate it out. And then where we're going to
Okay.
refine it is in what filters the AI is allowed to select.
Hmm.
That's requiring just a lot of ingesting and looking at data. But I will be able to go in and say, hey, stop trying to suggest, right? Stop trying to suggest, you know, spy range filters or something like that,
Right.
right?
Right.
Right.
Well, and
So
I'm looking at the two big ones, and we're getting into earning season, and we're going to see a lot of those breakout short or long. They're going to be earnings plays for sure because they
yeah,
have that
and
they have that look.
yeah, and I've done a lot of tracking with Neo, and Neo definitely does its best work during earning seasons where there's a
Hmm.
lot more. um it does its best work on earning season and kind of unintuitively does its best work on more liquid securities, because the more illiquid securities, when they do opening range breaks, Quite often that opening range is really, really wide. But where it seems to work best is if it has a narrow opening range, and then
Yeah.
it takes a break through that. Like, I don't know, I haven't even looked at this today, but yeah. So triple M. Yeah, this thing didn't do anything today. Was Spotify had earnings. A lot of these ones that have earnings will have these kind of substantial moves after the fact. And then yeah, the pullbacks are taking that same concept, but what it's doing is it's instead of taking the opening range breakout, it's taking a pullback, I believe, after a pullback to um the 10
An SMA and the
period
15.
moving average on a 15-minute
Okay.
chart. But the idea is that it's always looking at the same stocks, the breakouts and the pullbacks, which is why sometimes you'll see it enter the same name twice.
Right.
Um, you know, so
Okay,
it's
Michael, I better take over now in the
oh
other
yeah,
room. Yeah, that's okay. But thank you as always for
yes,
spelling me.
sir.
I'm sure the people were highly engaged with whatever you were
Yeah,
talking
I'm
about.
sure they were.
Okay, my friend. We'll
All right,
see
have
you
a good
next
one.
week. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in. Oops, not back in both rooms yet. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Let me get my music going. There we go. So while I was, man, oh man, I'm telling you guys, I guess I was just a little too distracted. These are too sensational. Especially look at the calcs, the CALX. Look at this alert here. Even if you thought it was late at 9:50, that's the time, $35, and what is it down to? Got down to 35, down to 32.44. That's a 250 move. TBI is interesting. This is actually an all-time low right now. My issue with it. My issue with it is it might stumble to get through 10. The Xerox, of course, 1275, and this got down to before it pulled up at all, down to 1207. These are great moves, but the calcs especially, and even on the upside, we had the INM, not the INM, and that was the high, but Verizon even Verizon, VZ, this is on the breakout now, on the breakout side. VZ 33.66 before it pulled back much. It got up to not quite a dollar move. I don't know. Now, the Mara is so tied to Bitcoin and all that nonsense that's happening. So I don't know what happened there. Mara. Yeah. These are the sort of ones that I wouldn't have traded because it's so emotional. Okay. Tied to, news coming up where these are earnings plays. This VZ was an earnings play. So not as tied into what the whole market's doing. The Lian, another stock that's trading on its own, 289 got up to 350. I mean, these are just tremendous moves. If all you did, as I've said several times, if you just look, especially now that we're getting into earnings season, just looked at the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. If that's all you did, you could probably find 2 or 3 trades a day. Not necessarily are they going to be rocket ships, but boy, oh boy, but it allows you just to focus on just a few things rather than jumping around. Speaking of jumping around, this one, IMGN, wow. I don't see, somebody asked, is there any news on this? Here we go. Yeah, or just put that in. Speculation of takeover interest, speculation, okay. Imagine that. So guys, the only reason I have some sanity today, because I've been a little ticked off at missing some of these great shorts. Oops, probably heard me say that if it's got over 20 again, I was going to be interested in the RVMD. So see what it was doing right there, right around here. It popped over 20 again. So I've taken some out. I mean, that was a great move from 20, just over 20 up to 2067. I still have some left. This has been and I had it earlier too. I had this one earlier and I ditched it and then was saying, well, I'd be interested if it got over 20 again. Hopefully you guys heard me that. Again, I'm never going to tell anybody to, do exactly what I do. But that, of course, the reason for looking at this was the potential fill. Now, always bear in mind, there was a reason why this one went down yesterday. Okay, that's still in place. So but the interesting thing, and what really got me interested in it, is because it did get down to 15.32 yesterday. Look where it closed at, 18.30. I mean, it tacked on $3 from the bottom. So there was some, little bit of enthusiasm going into today. So watching that RTX now, RTX is doing really nothing. Pop in the pre-market, of course, earnings play. Big pop, earnings play, move down, and just kind of, not doing too much right now. I think what I'll do is I'll stick an alert sort of at the top here and see if it takes it out. And also one at the bottom here and see if it takes it out the other way. So sort of bracket my price alerts. But again, to reiterate, I mean, this is a stock. You know how I'm always talking about. I don't care about the big guys who are releasing earnings. Now, I'm not saying we've never heard of Calix before. Calix, I don't even have to pronounce it. But I mean, this is a stock that most people are not that aware of. It's an earnings play, and look what happens. I'm not saying they all do this, but this I call this a relatively obscure stock, and yet the day it has earnings, look what can happen. Now, it could have gone the other way too. I mean, but obviously the reaction to earnings, I don't know what they said was, but largest percent decrease since February. But they reported their Q3, and the reaction is not good. Maybe they're guiding poorly. Upcoming quarter, they're not expecting much. But that's the reaction. And these are the ones that I absolutely love because they just sort of fly under the radar. VFS, Vietnam TV player. Let's see what's happening with VFS. Yeah, pretty mild. Yeah, this has just been yeah, I mean, it's not much though. I mean, the relative volume is less than one. It's up a nickel. I mean, it's trying to come off the bottom here a little bit, but boy, look at this. Imagine IMGN. Did not get into this one. I wish I am kind of keeping an eye on this BAER for maybe a late day move. BAER for a late day move. It popped over, I got over up to 513 and did hit in the pre-market. It got way up here to 626. So, if it can get up to over 5, but you need some volume. Look at the volume, it's just dwindled. Yeah, quite the sell-off now in the SPY, isn't it? Bad. We're still positive, but barely. SPY's up a little, Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little. Okay, guys, I will do my video now. So what time is it? It is 1:12. So all right, putting myself on mute. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. So the only thing I've got still is the RVMD. I almost, I'm looking at this one too, the GLW. When I was watching it, there's almost a red bar ignored right there. And the trigger would have been about 26, 28. This was while I was on right when I was on my break. There's a 12:15 candle. I was going to actually pop in and mention it, but there's the GLW. It's an earnings play, negative still, but it's trying to come back. Another earnings play that's just getting semi beaten up. I mean, it's down 3.3%. Big float, half a billion in the float. This is Archer Daniels, ADM. 69.92 is the next low looking left on the monthly. This takes that out. I mean, there's not a lot of support. Shh. Relax. All right, guys. So let's see if there's any of these bounce plays that might start to work a little bit now that the market is trying to put a little bit of a bounce in. This is the bouncer's topper, so a little bit late. There's an NDAQ 1231, 4921, a little bit late. There's XP at 1241. These are the times, 2093. So it's still hanging in there. So, I mean, this has a chance, it's over 21. I mean, there is your, resistance area probably around 2140. I'm going to stick an alert at 2101, just over 21 for XP. As long as the market does this, okay? If the market starts losing it again, forget about it. Maybe this is also a red bar ignored for simple. This again, another SIMPL. This is another earnings play. You get the theme, guys. Earnings plays, earnings plays, earnings plays. Get used to this for the next solid 3 weeks. Solid 3 weeks. Yeah. So next week we have almost 900 companies releasing earnings. Next week, 900 companies. This week we've got about 640. Okay, so you can see what's happening. So for the next good 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks, we're going to have a lot of earnings plays to look at, and you can see why it's exciting because I mean, some of these companies you just don't really hear about. Would you be able to build an alert when a stock shows up in both the unusual options and the momentum scan? So no, if I can understand what you mean, in other words, something that's here and here. So again, I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean. You see here, the problem is that some stocks that are appearing here, not all, of course, but some stocks that are appearing here are not optionable. Okay, not optionable, so they would never appear here. But for instance, now, I mean, I do see, Imagine is here and it's here. So if you're asking, is there a way to know that they're both appearing in the same one? No, not really. I do say this though, that if and that's why when you look at this Doc 10-day daily breakout and down, there are very few stocks here. So it's pretty simple. And this is it for the abnormal option. I mean, yes, this window over here, guys, this window is full, and but this is the repeating version. These are the only stocks that have come through today. And so, yes, if you see the same stock, but there's no way to automatically know. But we don't get so many, and they don't come usually at a flood all at once, like 10 stocks at 11:30. So it's just a matter of you get something here, check to see if it is in the abnormal option, or vice versa. The momentum would be a little harder because there's a lot of stocks that are coming through here, a lot of stocks, not just on the repeat, but a lot of different stocks. If I did a don't repeat on this, it would still be a full. Again, I would scrap this, except that I'm in a room. Okay, so every now and then something comes through that will be interesting. Like a bear as an example doesn't trade options. Okay, so you'll never see it here, but you see it here. You mean this, Chris? Yeah, so I can share it with you. This is not the one that's on my homepage. If you want more of an alert, but in crawl form, you can take a look at this, okay? But I'm almost shuddered to this is when all the problems happened last week when I clicked on this and I couldn't load it. But anyway, yeah, that was just coincidental. But here are the earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. But this is a compare count window. I mean, you can take a look at this. There it is. Okay. Now it'll start running now. And this will in the crawl, you'll see the stocks. But if you want the top list like this, I can give that to you also, or instead of it. It's your choice. Just give me a moment. I don't think that's a layout. May not have saved this. Oh yeah, I did. I'm going to save it again. I want to make sure. So you see what's happening here. Okay, here's a crawl. This is a real-time crawl now. So it's just a different way to present it. So there's the docked one, okay? But if you click on this, you'll see that simple as that making a new high. You see, this is the difference. This is more like an alert. This is like an alert window, okay? With the new highs coming through here, and it's only looking at earnings plays. Whereas this is a top list. where this is the top list, and the way I have it sorted is that you'll see the ones that are near the high of the day over here, and you'll see the ones near the low of the day over here. But the interesting thing, in my opinion, just give me a moment. The interesting thing is that the way it's color coded is that you see the GLW. This is a stock that is near the high of the day. There's a little sliver of white there, so that means it's not quite at the high of the day, but it's still down for the day. GLW. Wow, look at our VMD. This is making my day, guys. GLW. So the way it's color coded is that anything in green is above yesterday's close. Anything in orange is below. But you can see that GLW is making a comeback. Okay, so it's still below, it's still negative, but it's near the high of the day. You see? And the same thing would be the same thing for this one. Say Coke. It's down. It's not at the absolute low, okay, not at the low of the day, but you can see what's happened with Coke is that it's still positive for the day, but it's been drifting down. So it's just a different presentation, okay? This is probably pretty, this is decent for you're looking for stocks that were maybe beaten up on earnings and then coming back, or were ripping higher in earnings and then falling. The way this is color coded. Now, if it's in the low end of the day's range and it's yellow and it's orange, that means it's below yesterday's close plus it's near a low. Hopefully that's not too complicated. I'm going to laugh. I'm not even going to bring it up. Not even going to. You're not even going to be able to tempt me. So again, you see how this works? So here's a crawl. So GLW obviously just made a new high. Okay, just made a new high. The only thing this doesn't show is that GLW was also down for the day. Still, probably a way I could color. I don't know. I don't think there's a way I can do it. Not that it absolutely matters. I mean, again, if you just want to see the stocks. So in green on this compare count window, again, just a different way to present the data. Oh man, is this going to take out another whole number? I was just happy when this took out 19, believe it or not. The high yesterday was at 1895, so I thought, okay, it takes out 19, it could get running. I mean, this has just been an awesome one. I mean, a little bit of chop, but that's why I took some out, and that's that. The chop, the fact that it's choppy now, a little bit choppy now, but because I've taken out a lot, made some pretty good money on it. I can hold on and I can weather all sorts of little pullbacks. So you see this XP that I was looking at a little earlier for potential bounce. You see, I mean, look at the market at a pretty decent bounce, but it's not doing anything. So it is not following the market at all. All right, guys, doing not getting too many new alerts right now. Look at this abnormal volume, option volume for BLFS, 2000 oh, I should go over this, my abnormal option activity scanner. So again, I don't trade options, but as an intraday trader, I'm always looking for stocks that are behaving abnormally. We have a great filter, this relative volume filter, which allows me to zero in on stocks that are having abnormal volume days. Okay, so 4.38, what that means is up to 1:35 p.m. Eastern time. This is trading 4.3 times normal up to this time of day. Normal, again, this is not an exact definition, but normal meaning what was the volume up to this point in time on average over the last 10 days? Okay, so today it's 4.3 times normal. Okay, so that's one way. The other way to find abnormally trading stocks is by looking at their option activity. So here we go, BLFS traded 2,000 contracts, not an incredible number of contracts, but look at the option volume today. It's expressed as a percent, 8,981%, or 89 times normal. 89 times normal. Okay. So this allows and that's why I'm saying if you get a couple, if you get a stock that is trading abnormally volume wise and it's in the abnormal option activity, pay attention. Pay attention. Can I share the previous window highest yesterday? I don't know which window that is. You're talking about a daily reversal, or I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that one, Lior. Like breaking the previous windows I've shared are the earnings ones. Okay. Well, the momentum scan. They're not necessarily high puts to call ratio. This is just the total number of contracts. Okay, so it's really not looking at the now. Typically, if the stock is moving higher, you would think the call to put ratio is the more calls and puts, but not necessarily. So this one is called option abnormal option activity. So if you click on my homepage link, So again, Leo examines the two times of yesterday's high versus today's low. I don't have anything exactly like that. All I have is something that is it what I call a daily reversal. Okay, so TSE showing up here at 1:30 Eastern time at 6:05. It's because it took out yesterday's high. So it's a reversal, stock that was kind of beaten down yesterday and is reversing today. As an example. What a difference. I mean, again, guys, last week there was one day where we had only two all day. And then this one, TPST, this would be the reverse. If it's in yellow, that means this was a stock. Now, I don't know what it's doing now. That was a stock that was up yesterday and then down today. I don't have anything. I don't have a scan like that. Twice the distance of yesterday's range. I never flash anything like that. I don't have that. This is almost like a race now between RVMD. Who's gonna close at their highs, closer to their highs? And there's RVMD, but don't they look very much the same. But IMNG is now starting to get closer to that high right there. Yeah, so I don't have anything like that, Leor. I did not flash anything like that. Not that I'm aware of anyway. I have no scan that says, I mean, you can, yeah, you can do that, as Katie is saying. The position in previous day minimum set to 200%, but I don't have anything like that. All I care about is that the stock is above yesterday's. In this, in this particular scan here is above yesterday's high if it's blue, and below yesterday's low if it's yellow. That's all. He might be trying to make a scanner. But it sounded like he said, can I have the one that you flashed on your screen? And I didn't. Where do you even see these, Baba? Oh, this was I guess I don't know what it was yesterday. I don't I don't believe it was an I don't think we saw this one yesterday as an IPO. Could not be an IPO. Where do you even see these things? Because I've got a minimum volume, and so I would never ever see this. Was it really an IPO yesterday? Really? I don't recall seeing it. Traded 32,000 shares. It was an IPO. Boy, not very one of those direct listings. Hands up. What was the first one? At least one of the big first ones. You guys, some of you are going to know what was one of the very first ones. I'm not saying it was the first one, but certainly one that people knew. See if anybody knows. I know. Just this is a test class. You win the big prize, William. Yes, it was Spotify. Spotify was the first one. Again, I shouldn't say the first one, but certainly the first name one, I think, that did that direct to market listing. Another earnings play, guys. CR Crane Holdings. Look at this through the 200-day moving average. Wow, look at the room it's got. Look at Crane, guys. Like Crane. $95 is the next high looking left, 95, 95.21. You know what? I mean, this could be one of those second day continuation of earnings. I'd be watching this one tomorrow because look at the room it's got, looking left, look at all the room it's got. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert, price alert. I'm sticking a price alert for Crane CR above the two highs of that week, those 2 weeks, last couple of weeks in July. Because if it takes that out, it might not happen today. And again, it may never happen. But if it does, you can see that the room it's got looking left on that weekly chart. All right, guys, not seeing too much now. IMGN, I'm actually thinking that, I wonder if this is topped out now. All that has to happen is for the company to say, nope, we are not pursuing. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just internal stuff happening. Just keeping an eye on that. Another bank guys on the way down, commercial banking. Simmons First National earnings play, not quite an all-time low. SFNC, It's below that low there, though. There meaning on in May of this year. Not quite an all-time low, but look in the range, the lifetime range is at the absolute very, very low, 3.5%. Well, obviously they're not doing well when you yanked all your money out of the bank, William, that bank. Too uppity. A bank be uppity. So guys, I mean, this IMGN, I mean, the next high looking left is just over 14. You would think maybe that, this is getting into stall area. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 9 million to be exact, 9.15 million to be exact. So I'm going to watch to see, can it take out 14? If it can't, if it stalls there, it could come crashing. Well, not crashing down necessarily, but certainly move down. Okay, now there's the XP making a little bit of a move here. Well, you can see that both of the stocks, RVMD, maybe struggling to get through that whole number of 21, and IMGN struggling to get out of that whole number or 14, 14. Oh, soon I can't answer a question like that. Hard to follow my trading style, number one. Okay. And before I would do anything, and if you're new to trading, you better practice trading. I am not I say it, I mean, I'm not a hard and fast rules type trader. Stock moves down into the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, watch it, take the trade. I'm a momentum trader. Some of the stuff is a bit of feel. So it's hard. I mean, I can't say. And plus, that also assumes that I'm going to tell you every time, okay, buy this stock here and get out here, which is not going to happen. Okay, I'm just pointing at this chart, but I'm not an investment advisor, like that. So but you hear me talking about the IMGN as an example, okay? I mean, you can see what I'm looking at. Maybe it's going to stall around 14. If it does, I might take the short. But I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. But I'm looking here, 1410 is the next high right there. But remember, this is a somewhat emotional trade right now because rumor of a potential, buyout or takeover. The only thing I will say is always have a stop. Get out of the trade if it's not working. Practice on knowing where to put a stop when you get into a trade. Be it the previous low of the previous 5-minute candle, or an area on the chart. You have to pick the time frame you're comfortable with. A 5-minute chart, a 15-minute chart, where there appears to be some good support. And if it broke down through that, you'd want to be out of the trade. And if you were listening to Michael in the YouTube room, you have to have some kind of a plan to trade. Plan meaning things like, okay, I only like to see stocks in this price range, has to have this minimum volume, has to be maybe up or down a certain percent, maybe a certain relative volume, so all these things can be accomplished with filters. So you're not going to see stocks that are outside of your of what you know of what you want to see using our filters. And then your plan, though, could still be just because I'm a momentum trader, it could be, well, I do want to see these stocks that are really acting abnormally, but now instead of taking this trade, let's just pretend, you know, let's say it breaks through here, okay, 1408. But you might say to yourself, well, I don't want to chase it. I mean, we're quite frankly, we're kind of chasing it right now. But you might say, I'm going to wait for it to pull back to a certain, maybe a moving average that I like. And you may not know what that moving average is, but you might have to practice. Like I know Steve Gomez likes to put the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. He calls it his jam down to the 10 SMA. Maybe it's the VWAP. Maybe you want to see a stock come back down to the VWAP area. You can't know what style you're going to like until you practice a few. Well, the only thing I can say, dip buyer, it's not bad at anything if you're making money. I mean, that's the only thing I'll say is that, to have a stop is so key and critical, in my opinion, to keep you kind of keep you in the game without blowing up your account. I mean, I could say that the RVMD trade was I don't know, a field trade, if you will. Okay, for me. I watched it all day yesterday, and I had a feeling that if it could get over 19 today, it could go on a bit of a run just because of the void. So I could call that a field trade, I suppose, to some extent. So here's the IMGN guys, big level right now, big level. Right there, 1408. What did it get to? 1411. This is an impressive move too, because that's a big float, 244 million. So that is a big float. I mean, the next high is almost $1 away. But let's see. You see, it's pulling back a little bit underneath that price right there at 1408. No. Absolutely not a stupid question. Not a stupid question at all, Suni. Don't think like that. It would be different if, I know there are some paid rooms out there and, the person is saying, hey, buy this right here and sell it right here. I don't know how successful they are, but I just think it's very dangerous to try to, follow somebody. Okay, guys, well, this could be it. It could be it. You can follow a style. Like I think that's maybe I should phrase it like that. You can follow a style. Like, if you thought momentum trading, seeing stocks near the high or the low of the day, was a style you liked, or if you wanted to, trade pullbacks to certain areas, that's a style. But then you have to, within that style, you have to develop, a plan. All right, guys, this IMGN is getting me a little interested. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on the RVMD. I'm just wanting to see if it can crack through that 21. It's holding just underneath. PNR, I saw this one earlier in the normal option activity, and yeah, just another one, guys. Look at these earnings plays. Most of the earnings plays that I'm seeing are doing this. I'm not seeing too many. I mean, I'm sure there are too many earnings plays that are, having a steady run up. No, I'm not short on the IMGN yet. It still looks like it might want to pop through 14, so I'm going to hold off. Again, there's a lot of emotion just because of the potential news, and maybe they are going to be doing but you never know because they could just come out and say there's no truth to that rumor, and then look out. So okay, not wrong, but I mean, okay, you could say this one though. This one is the reverse of most of the ones we've seen that are moving down. AGYS, not a bad one. Earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Don't lose sight of the bear, guys. The BAER. I don't know what it's going to do, but if it does pop through 5 later, what time is it now? 2 o'clock. We need volume. We need volume to pop it through there. So I mean, if it popped through there, but there was no volume, and again, when I say volume, I don't mean the absolute volume. I'm talking about in relation to previous volume bars. You'd like to see something at least this big. I mean, it's not like it's huge volume, it's only 25,000 shares, but at least it shows that there's some little more enthusiasm because you never know where, I mean, especially the fact that this got up to over $6 in the pre-market. And it did have some, that's right. It terminated they were going to do a financing. So announce a financing on, this must have been after hours on the 17th, announce a financing, drive the stock down, have all the insiders buy stock here, and then say, we're not going to do it. How's that for a conspiracy theory? So as far as an earnings calendar is concerned, I don't really use I mean, there is a way in which you can see upcoming earnings and all that, but when I talk about an earnings play, this is all I'm doing. I only want to see stocks that release earnings. So for today, I only want to see stocks that release earnings after hours yesterday and then this morning before the market opened. Those are the earnings plays, okay, in my opinion. And so in order to do that, this is what these filters are. This is what this filter will do. So this is the earnings date filter that we have, okay? So if I put minus 0.25 in the min and 0.25 in the max, that minus 0.25 is after hours yesterday. 0.25 is before the market opens this morning. Those are the earnings plays, okay? Now, there is sort of an earnings calendar, I guess. I don't use it, but I guess you can find, but it's not going to identify the stocks that are earnings plays. It'll just tell you how many. I mean, there are all sorts of websites out there that'll tell you, what stocks are releasing earnings and all that. The other thing you can do is if you were interested in seeing stocks releasing earnings after hours also, you could change this 0.25 to 0.75. And that shows that will give you this morning before the market opens and after hours. If you put 0.75 in here, just the way we designate it. Okay. That's why I have the single stock window will tell you kind of in English, not kind of, it'll tell you in English language. So if I click on Xerox as an example, October 24th pre-market. You can see right there, earnings date, October 24th pre-market. So obviously today in the pre-market, that tan area. That's why I like to have my single stock window up here. It's a great reference, not just for that, but for other things that I like to see at a glance. And this is all customizable. Okay, this is customizable. These are just filters that the filters that we have. So you can pick and choose if you wanted to see more financial information, for instance, earnings per share or quarter over quarter revenue growth, things like that. You can put that information in here. I personally don't care, so that's why I don't do it. You mean RTX is sleeping, right? Casa? Or I'm looking at RTX, it's just sleeping. He's talking about ARM. Yeah, well, big area to try to take out right here. Look at the daily chart. See some highs right there. So there's a high at 52.70. There's a high at 52, another one at 52.70. Another one at, really? These are all at 52.70. 3 days right there at literally 52.70. This one's 52.35. So 52.70 would be a big break because then the next high is up here around almost $2 away. So yeah, stick a price alert right around there. So I accidentally did not get the right one. So 52.70. Okay, guys, let's see now. Do I put my whole account into a trade if you are a scalper? I don't know if that's a serious question. So if you had $100,000 in your account, are you going to suggest I would put $100,000 into one trade if I'm a scalper? I'm not sure. I don't know if that's a serious question, Chad, or not. I mean, if it is, the answer is no, of course not. And regardless of whether, scalper, day trader, swing trader, always have a stop and how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. The only other, if you're talking to me, Suni, the only other call it point of interest that I've got is the VWAP. Okay. So yeah, for the arm, I mean, I'm looking at this area. I mean, you can just see 3 days in a row. So 3 days ago, and then for 3 days, hit exactly the same price, 52.70. So you can see it's challenging. You can see maybe the fourth day it pops through. Maybe. If it does, that should be somewhat significant. The only other thing I look at though is the VWAP 50. Okay. It's just a point of interest that is probably. I mean, I don't have any stats to back this up, but I'd say that the 200-day moving average is the most followed indicator, and then the VWAP might be the second most. So that it could act as support or resistance. That's all. There's no hard and fast rule, but you'll see, like a stock. Let's just say, well, I got ARM here, 5180. So you if arm started to move down and it got into that 5180 level, then it becomes an area where a lot of people will watch it to see, okay, will it hold it? Will it act as support and bounce off, or will it take it out in a significant way and then move down? Again, there's no you just can't say, well, if it hits into the VWAP and it bounces a penny, I'm going to buy the stock. Okay, but it's an area of interest. That's all it is. Same as the 200-day moving average, an area of it. Shoot, this GLW was really, really a nice, gentle little trade, which I'm not in. Red bar ignored right there, 26.28. Pretty gently up. Another one. I mean, who knows? This might even go positive. Now that's me. I mean, there are a lot of people though that want to know RSI and MACD and stochastics and all sorts of others. And my only statement to all of that is, if it works for you, then keep doing it. Hey, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, FinFan Forever, am I allowed to say it? As in, thar she blows? uh, what are you doing buying these sort of things? You know, these crazy ones that start off down here, and then we've seen them, $3, $4 a few days later. You always wonder, will this be the one? Will this be the one? Okay, guys. Wow, 2:23 already. So I've got another little over half an hour left. William said he'll keep the room open until at least 4:15, maybe 4:30. He'll keep it open usually later when there's earnings, some interesting earnings coming out after hours. Oh, I'm only putting this in because FinFan Forever said well, I don't short anything under $1. That's me personally. So I don't even look at anything under $1. I didn't know it was going to be under $1, but he just mentioned that he'd been in this for a while. And so I thought, okay, let's take a look at it. Okay, guys, another about half an hour left for me. So what I'm going to do now is just put in the test drive link. So what is the test drive? You click on that link, this is what you're going to see. So again, I always want to start off like this. If you sign up for, first of all, it'll cost you $11.11. It starts on November the 6th. It runs to the 20th. That is 10 trading days. Okay. It'll cost $11.11 for those 10 trading days. You sign up today. What you're doing, excuse me, you are pre-registering. Okay. That's what you're doing. You're pre-registering. You will not get data until November the 10th. That's when it starts. You cannot pick and choose your 10 days. Okay. Now you will have access to the program on the Friday before the Monday, which is November the 3rd. Okay, about an hour after the market closes. And so that gives you an opportunity for the balance of Friday evening, and on the weekend to at least familiarize yourself a little bit about what Trade It is all about. I can't believe some people come in. I don't know anything about the program. What am I looking at? What does it do? Okay. If you please don't take the test drive like that. I know it's only $11.11, but take it somewhat seriously. And I'll show you what you can do to start. So when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. You only do this probably about 3 times a year. So great opportunity to try us out. The only thing you will not be able to do is there's no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. You will have access though to a couple of Avast. This is an add-on service that we've got. You click on New and then Market Explorer, and then right click and hover over the select strategy right down here. This is a bunch of scans that Michael Noss put together in conjunction with Brian Shannon. Okay, so this is actually an add-on, a $49 a month add-on, but you'll have access to it during the course of the test drive. Test drive is also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to try out our premium service, including this, then you can do so. It will cost you $11.11. And just the same thing, you know, if you're a standard, after the test drive is over, you'll go back to being a standard subscriber, unless you tell us, hey, no, I really want to, I want to remain a premium. Okay. Okay. Now I can actually give you. Just give me a moment. All right. Now, if you click on my homepage link, I have a new promo code just for me. All right. So I just put in my homepage link. Now there's the promo code son of a gun. Just give me a moment. It's wrong. Let's see if I could I want to delete these. Okay, let me start that again. Here we go. Barry 25 for 25% off. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, there we go. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, don't use Barry 50, use Barry 25, and you'll get 25% off, okay? Barry 25, you'll get 25% off. Now, this is what I was saying. If you're going to take the test drive, at the bare minimum, this is what you should do: is the get started. Download your download and install your first startup and login. You can look at this right now. You don't have to be a member. Well, for the download and install, of course you do, but everything else you can take a look. Introduction to scans and prompt list windows and alert windows, etc. Okay. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, if you were in the YouTube room, Michael was talking today between 12 and 1. Michael was talking about that. You put this together, Trading 101. It is free. Runs you through about 38 to 39 videos. Stock of the day, you can sign up for that. Free, of course. Trade of the week is free. There was not one this week. The education section is here. And again, here are my scans. Okay, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So all I ask, again, if you decide you want to take out, take out a subscription, just come into the room or save my link, like use my promo. Barry 25, okay? So even if you go, actually, that's probably a good idea. Even if you go, don't even probably have to go into the room. Even if you go to our homepage on our website, as long as you use Barry 25, the room will get credit. Okay, the room will get credit. And why is that important? Well, this is a free room and we'd like to keep it that way, okay? NHI guys, what's National Health Investors? Not an earnings play. Well, okay, one of the few ones that are moving today. Not an earnings play. Not a lot of volume though, right? It's only 236,000 right now. We only have an hour and a half left, so not a lot of volume. Okay, guys, there's the arm at that critical level. Arm at a critical level right here. Let's see if it wants to move now. Critical. I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, almost 4, not quite 5 days that it's attempting to maybe get through that level. 5270, say 5270 to 5280. Barbie had earnings, okay, and Mattel had earnings. Nothing to write home about. Okay, guys, this is getting interesting. This arm over this looks like it really wants to clear that 5270 area. Whole number looms 53. Gets through that, then 50, almost 55, almost, not quite. High over here is 5475. Oh, this is watch this go positive. GLW getting close, 21 cents down from yesterday's close. GLW, Corning. That was beautiful. I mean, really, from 10 o'clock on, this has been a beautiful comeback for GLW. Too bad. Vera Therapeutics. I wish it had more room. It's just over 10 now. This is one of those on the daily reversal. But coming into, I mean, if it were, oh man, too bad. 1160. I wish that were the next high looking left. 1026 is the next high, and then the 200-day moving average. Man, if it gets through 1026 somehow today, it could have a shot. Meanwhile, yeah, the market since 115 has been almost straight up. 145 red candle, but almost straight up. Hey guys, I'm out of the RVMD. It just could not get through 21, so completely out of the RVMD. Maybe it's a race to the bottom for both of them, RVMD and IMGN. QTRX, okay, QTRX. No kidding, look left, yeah. So the daily high is around 23, but if it gets through that, 26, interesting. Trading higher after the company announced. Oops. Come on. Oh, QTRX, sorry, trade ideas. I was blaming you. QTRX, not QRTX. Okay, new agreement with Janssen Sciences. That's Johnson and Johnson, I think. Yeah, one of their I don't know, subsidiary or spin-offs or whatever it is. Anyway, so did have some news today, yes. Not a ton of volume, but this could be interesting tomorrow. Big day today. Well, I have no idea for I don't know, Michael, Anthony, if earnings were good or bad regarding Corning. The market tells you, at the beginning they didn't like it, but it's been recovering all day. I couldn't tell you. Earnings miss estimates on lower demand. Okay. But you've really got to dive in. I mean, it's obviously having a nice recovery. Okay, ComScope. Yeah, daily reversal, but coming into some resistance, in my opinion. So, boy, look at that RTX. That's very surprised that it's doing absolutely nothing. Look at this. I mean, just doing absolutely nothing. Okay, guys, just going through some of these earnings plays. So, William, you took a bounce play from the snobby bank. That's what you said. Well, guys, I'm not saying too much now. Not getting too many new alerts. It's 2:47, so I'll be wrapping up in about a little over 10 minutes. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. William will be keeping the room open until maybe 4:30, 4:15 for sure. Okay, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in the, I'm sorry, the trading room link in the YouTube room. So you can head over there if you want when I wrap up at around 3 o'clock. So there's the trading room link for you people who are in YouTube right now. Uh, This was another pretty good one, this NEE. I mean, another pretty good one, so I sort of stand corrected. There have been some earnings plays that have been basically trending it nicely up. So I do stand corrected. You can see that ARM still kind of struggled to get through that. I mean, it was a little bit above the that 70 level. It's already at it now, maybe in the next attempt, and also getting through that whole number. Okay, 53. All right, guys. Again, 10 minutes left or so for me. Any questions? Well, nice move in the market. I mean, after that steady down for about 2 hours, we've had a nice move up. At 420 level, that 420 level has been protected so far to a certain extent anyway. The 422, sorry. Well, 422.87 is the 200-day moving average. I think most people are looking at at 420. Yesterday it got down to 417, closed at 420. So just, I have this thumbnailed on my other chart, my other monitor, and I can see that IMGN, let's see if that 10 holds it. This is what I'm looking at here. See the IMGN right there. There's that blue line. That's the one that Steve loves, the SMA 10 on a 15-minute chart. So let's see if that holds it. Mm-hmm. Same thing with the with the RVMD. You can see that blue line here. That is a 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Again, if you follow Steve Gomez, he really likes that area. No, I use pre-market data. He doesn't. So there can be some discrepancies. But we actually, we looked at that a few months ago, and the discrepancies really were not that much. And the reason I use because I want to see the pre-market. I do want to see the pre-market, on the 15-minute chart in relation to, what it did in the pre-market. I think we have a winner here. I think RVMD is going to close closer to the high of the day than is IMGN. Why don't I add it just for fun? I'll add the 10 SMA. Yeah, I could put it in blue. Add it twice. That thickens up the line. There we go. So there's the 10 SMA. Let's see how this works. Again, I added it twice so that it thickens the line up a bit. What do I think the chances of an end of the year rally are now? No idea. No idea. I don't think like that, Marty. December is usually a pretty good month in the market, believe it or not. But I have no idea if that's going to hold. We have a halt. FRBN. Let's take a look. FRBN. We have a halt. It's a SPAC. This is a SPAC. Ooh, this could go crazy. Ah, end of day craziness, maybe. So there's the Interactive Brokers time and sales. This blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. 1545 is the halt. There is a potential open of 1694. And again, one of these SPACs. Haven't seen the SPACs for a while. Because of the questions. Yeah, that's what I thought. It gets me warmed up, practice. Actually, the past few test drives, I mean, when we first started them, I can't remember what year it was, maybe in 2016, maybe. Yeah, I was inundated because there was no other support. But since then we've added a lot of support. So it's not as frantic as it used to be for me in terms of questions in the trading room. Okay, guys, 2:58. Any other questions? If not, I'm going to wrap this up. I try to remember. I got to put my note to myself to close the room down also, because I noticed that for some reason, even though William closes it down, it doesn't get rid of all the text like it used to. So 4:30, come back. Okay, guys, YouTubers, I'll just put the link in one more time if you want to head over and listen to, or not listen. I'm not talking, of course. Nobody's talking, and there'll be no more screen sharing. But a lot of traders still in the room, so you can converse with them. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to mute myself now, and screen sharing will stop.